Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Members, we still have 4 more bills to conclude our business for today. We will now proceed with the second reading of the Regional Security System Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025, published for the first time on the 11th of February of this year. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again, Mr. Speaker, to move that the Regional Security System Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025, published on the 11th of February 2025, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, at the highest level of the political directorate of the CARICOM community, at the heads of government, there has been an express and emphatic recognition that crime is a public health hazard in the region, and a number of initiatives have been unfolding at that level to address this serious phenomenon. There is a recognition that crime is inimical to peace, order, and stability within the societies of the region. And there is a recognition that we cannot continue with business as usual. And at the policy level, at the legislative level, at the level of prosecution and police, at the level of the accused persons, at the level of victims and survivors of crime, and at the level of the judiciary, there have been a multiplicity of interventions. At the level of the Legal Affairs Committee of CARICOM, that is an organization of all the attorneys general in the region, we have been tasked with the responsibility of reviewing all treaties and agreements that we have signed in this area, and to proceed swiftly with all outstanding legislation in this regard. In our review, we discovered that there have been many agreements that have been signed, many treaties have been signed over the years, but they have not been concluded. Many of these treaties requires legislation to implement them as municipal laws in the respective territories. And we have been tasked with expediting those processes. At the last sitting of the National Assembly, I laid before this House, and we successfully debated the Advanced Passenger Information Bill. That bill was a product of the Legal Affairs Committee working on this specific assignment by the heads. Today, I have the privilege of presenting this bill, the Regional Security System Bill of 2025, and an arrest warrant bill of CARICOM of 2025. And these are all parts of that initiative being brought into fruition. The Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker, is also part of this initiative. And they held a symposium in Needham, Barbados on the 20th of October 2023. And out of that symposium came a number of very crucial and critical resolutions. They now compendiously are labeled the Needham's Point Declaration, a copy of which I will circulate for members of the House. And in complement to the CARICOM heads of government, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as our apex court, have also made a number of recommendations that they would like to see implemented under the caption Criminal Justice Reform, Achieving a Modern Criminal Justice System. And in the preambulatory sections of this document, they echo the recognition of the CARICOM heads of government's emphatic embrace of the concept that crime is winding out of control in the region. So, Mr. Speaker, at the level of the executive and at the level of the judiciary in the Caribbean, there is a collaboration on the question of improving our criminal justice system. Last week, or the week before last, Guyana hosted a conference of commissioners of police in the region, or for the region, right here at these premises. And I had the privilege of making 2 presentations to that August conference. And there, at the level of law enforcement, we got an adoption of the CARICOM heads' position on these matters, as well as our apex court's position expressed in the Needham's Point Declaration. And with that conference adopting these positions, we now have the political directorate, the judicial directorate, and the law enforcement directorate of the region all speaking in one chorus voice of fighting crime and bringing useful reforms to ensure that we successfully challenge crime. Mr. Speaker, it is against that backdrop that I want to introduce my remarks on the Regional Security Systems Bill of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this bill owes its genesis to 2 things. One, Mr. Speaker, many years ago, over 20 years ago, we signed across the Caribbean a treaty on security assistance among CARICOM states. I have it here, and all the countries of the CARICOM region signed on to this treaty. But as I said, there was no great haste in ratifying it and enforcing it. Now, at the level of the heads, we have a mandate to conclude all the necessary matters in relation to this treaty and to ensure that we bring the necessary enforcing legislation into being across the region. So the bill that is before us today is a bill that is being laid in parliaments across the Caribbean, and it intends to introduce into all the regions, all the jurisdictions of CARICOM, the regional security system as part of the local law enforcement agencies that exist in the different jurisdictions. So this is a common bill. It's a CARICOM model bill coming out of the CARICOM Secretariat and the Legal Affairs Committee of CARICOM, and it seeks to do a very important but simple thing, to introduce into every country as part of the domestic law a law that would statutarize the presence of the regional security system as part of the law enforcement rationale of all the law enforcement apparatus, of all the Caribbean territories. Mr. Speaker, the RSS has quite a history in the Caribbean. In October 1982, 4 members of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, namely Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, signed a memorandum of understanding with Barbados to provide for mutual assistance on request. The memorandum made provisions for a fast-moving, non-bureaucratic organization which could develop and coordinate joint efforts among its member states to the security needs of its common domestic space, if requested. This was first demonstrated in October 1983, when together with the military forces of the United States of America and Jamaica, the RSS deployed troops to Grenada to restore democracy after a period of political upheaval. This intervention would have been impossible without the mutual cooperation and understanding which is characteristic of the regional security system response mechanism found in the Memorandum of Understanding and later in the treaty establishing the RSS. In light of the new and emerging challenges to RSS member states, direct support to the RSS membership has therefore evolved to include supporting national security architectures with improved diagnostic capabilities to national crime and security problems, improving legal, regulatory, investigative, and prosecutorial procedures in member states, to combat financial crimes involving fiat or virtual currencies, strengthen national compliance with international standards for anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism, improving capacities for prevention and response to maritime pollution, improving capabilities for maritime surveillance, interdiction and regulation of living and non-living resources in maritime space, and the institutional strengthening of law enforcement institutions with particular reference to standardizing policing procedures and supporting digital forensics investigations capabilities. The regional security system is a hybrid organization in that its security forces comprise both military and police personnel who remain under the command of their respective heads. In light of the RSS success and its quite unique position as the sole regional security organization with the responsibility and expertise in coordinating joint combined operations in response to threats to national and regional security. The RSS was formally assigned these responsibilities on behalf of CARICOM under the Treaty on Security Assistance. That's the treaty to which I made reference in the earlier parts of my presentation. The current members of the RSS are Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Guyana recently held the main leadership role of the RSS Council from 2023 to 2024, when it came under the distinguished chairmanship of the Right Honorable Robeson Horatio Ben, of MP, Minister of Home Affairs. You can applaud the gentleman. This is not the first time that the RSS has provided assistance to Guyana. Towards the preparation for our fourth round of mutual evaluation, the RSS examined our legislation and provided cogent advice and legislative guidance towards improving our AML CFT, in particular our asset recovery architecture, particularly with regard to detention and restraint of assets, including precious metals such as gold, and even provisions that allow for law enforcement to confiscate virtual assets which remain prohibited in Guyana at the time. Mr. Speaker, up to last month, the month of May 2025, I engaged the RSS directly in seeking their support and guidance in an ongoing case where we seized a large quantity of gold and a large sum of money from certain Brazilian miners. And we had to go to court to get restraint orders and detention orders, etc. And the RSS was most instrumental in helping us in that regard. Last week, I attended a CFATF conference in Trinidad and Tobago, where I led the Guyana delegation. And again, the RSS was very instrumental in offering guidance not only to Guyana, but the entire plenary, comprising of the whole of the Caribbean, Central America, North America, and the UK was there as well, sharing their experience or experiences in relation to dealing with assets that are tainted and dealing with proceeds of crimes, etc. So the organization is up and running and is doing remarkable work in relation to organized crime already. And therefore, Guyana and the rest of the Caribbean can only benefit from this organization. And Mr. Speaker, that is the foundation upon which this bill is constructed. Clause 3 of the bill indicates that it applies to service personnel of member states of RSS. Clause 4 provides that Articles 10 and 14 of the RSS Treaty have the force of law in Guyana, namely relating to command and discipline regarding the security forces. Clause 5 acknowledges the RSS as a body corporate. Clause 6 states that the court has, and court is defined, the court has the primary right to exercise jurisdiction in respect of any act or omission that constitutes an offense against any law in force in Guyana, which is committed or suffered by service personnel or a dependent thereof, while any such personnel is on RSS duty. Clause 7 states that where a military member or his or her dependent has been tried by a service court and has been convicted or acquitted, he or she may not be tried by a court for the same offense. These are members who are moving from jurisdiction to jurisdictions. So let us say they are charged for committing some illegal act in one jurisdiction and they are tried, they cannot be tried again in another jurisdiction. Obviously, we are codifying the common law concept of outre for acquit, outre for qui convict. Clause 11, Mr. Speaker, provides that stating that anything alleged to have been done by a military member or a police member of a member state was or was not done in the performance of the official duty is admissible in evidence in a court for the purpose of the proof of that fact. So if, obviously, like any other public entity, if the officers are acting in good faith and they are exercising statutory powers, usually they enjoy immunity from suit. If it is that one wants to say, that rule obviously applies, but it's a rebuttable presumption. And therefore, if one has evidence that a particular member of the RSS was not acting in good faith or was not executing a statutory function in the legislation, that evidence is admissible. Clause 12 indicates that the members of a service court exercising jurisdiction by virtue of this act and witnesses appearing before such a service court have the like immunities and privileges as judges of the High Court and witnesses appearing before the High Court. All we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is to extend certain protections that judicial officers and witnesses enjoy. We are extending them to these persons if they fall to be engaged by our curial process. Clause 14 states that any military member of any dependent who is detained in custody, A, in pursuance of a sentence mentioned in section 13, B, pending the determination by a service court of a charge brought against him or her, or C, pending his or her repatriation to his or her home state, shall, for the purpose of any legal proceedings within Guyana, be deemed to be in lawful custody. So you can hold them, any member, in the same way that you hold an ordinary Guyanese, and once you satisfy these identified circumstances. Clause 16 states that any service personnel seconded to the RSS headquarters or mobilized for duty or training under joint RSS command may arrest any other service personnel so seconded or mobilized without regard to the member state origin or parties involved, so that you don't enjoy any special status. If you are part of the RSS, whether you are from whichever country, and you violate any law, any rule, any protocol that warrants your arrest or detention, then you enjoy no special privilege. The law shall apply to you. Clause 22 provides that a military member or police member of a member state other than Guyana is not subject to any proceedings for the enforcement of any judgment given against him or her in Guyana in respect of a matter that arose while he or she was acting within the scope of his or her duty or employment. This is the clause that I made reference to earlier. Mr. Speaker, clause 32 states that the provisions of the Customs Act shall not apply to restrict or prohibit the entry into transit through Guyana or materials required for the purpose of RSS. Obviously, they will enjoy some special privileges, so normal custom rules and regulations will not apply to them. They will enjoy certain benefits that are going to be reciprocal. Whichever country they go, you will have a uniform code that will apply to them across custom authorities and immigration authorities throughout the region. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this bill allows the RSS to operate in accordance with the treaty. And as I said, we have all signed this treaty. Guyana signed the treaty since 2006. I just saw the signature of our then distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rudy Insanali. He is the one who signed on behalf of Guyana. So this bill allows the RSS to operate in accordance with that treaty and provides its functions to ensure regional peace and security and to enable the organization to adequately carry out its functions in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, even without this, we have had in recent times many occasions to use the RSS in investigations. I believe the RSS was engaged in relation to the Henry Boys killing, and they were engaged in some other incidents here. So they have been here with us. They have rendered great services to Guyana, and Mr. Speaker, we now have the privilege of, by virtue of this bill, incorporating them as part of our domestic law enforcement agency. In closing, I have the distinct pleasure to recommend this bill to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, A.G. Our next speaker is the Honorable Amanza Walton Desir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill before us. Indeed, as the Honorable Attorney General pointed out, this is the logical next step of giving legal personality to the RSS in our country. And this is a step that has to be taken in keeping with our legal system, where automatic accession and signature to a treaty does not necessarily bind us, but we have to pass enabling legislation here in this House. So there is no objection on this side of the House to the bill. It's a standard bill. I'm sure that the bill has been, of course, the draft text has been reviewed by the CARICOM Secretariat, as is want in these situations where they create a template and states are required to adopt and adapt as is necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, we affirm that the RSS is a vital regional institution committed to protecting public order and democratic governance. And we are happy on this side of the House to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, as articulated by the Honorable Attorney General, Article 4.1 sets out the purpose and functions of the system, which are to promote cooperation among the member states in a number of areas, including, Mr. Speaker, the prevention and interdiction of traffic in illegal narcotics, national emergencies, search and rescue, immigration control, fisheries protection, customs and excise control, maritime policing duties, natural and other disasters, pollution control, very important, and combating threats to our national security, the prevention of smuggling, and the protection of offshore installations and exclusive economic zones. Mr. Speaker, as again the Honorable Attorney General referenced, we became a full member of the RSS in September 2022 after signing the instrument of accession and following the signing of leadership such as is towards regional integration, the harmonization and the integration of police and security infrastructure. And so we affirm and we support Guyana's rightful place in a regional security architecture that supports shared responsibility and collective protection. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to get to the heart of the matter. The Honorable Attorney General concluded his presentation by referencing a number of cases in which the RSS has been involved in Guyana. And so the people of Guyana are very familiar with the RSS because this institution has been called upon on a number of occasions to conduct what the people of Guyana believe to be independent investigations. Mr. Speaker, and it is because we understand how important the RSS is, and it is because we value the ideals of the RSS, that I have to call the government out on what it has been doing in recent months relative to the RSS. The government told the people of Guyana that the RSS is independent, and their involvement in recent investigations brought that level of independence to the investigation. We know the still unresolved killing of Keon Fudgenay in Linden is one such. The Honorable Attorney General alluded to the Henry Boys. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion of independence to the onlooker, to the average listener, suggests some form of neutral outside oversight. And this bill says to us very clearly that that is not the case. Because when you look at this bill, what you are seeing is the giving, as I said, of juridical personality to the RSS in Guyana. And that is done by attaching that organization onto the existing organization within, or the existing infrastructure within. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have a background in aviation, and CARICOM has this body called CASAS. And when the Civil Aviation Authority of Guyana is short-staffed, they draw from the pool of CASAS inspectors. That inspector is a Civil Aviation Authority inspector for the purposes of the work that he is required to do in Guyana. He is not an independent investigator. Now, I don't want to misquote, so I will quote directly from, there was a report, the Guyana Standard, April 9, 2025. The headline of it is President Ali promises independent probe in meeting with relatives of men slain by cops. A direct quote from that is, I have spoken to the leadership of the Guyana Police Force, and I've spoken to our regional partners, and this incident will be independently investigated. Guyana Chronicle, 8th of April 2025. President Ali urges calm as independent probe into the Linden shooting deepens. Quote, as I have stated, an independent external probe is underway, and every aspect, including the actors, actions, and directives involved, will be thoroughly investigated. Suggesting to the people of Guyana that the RSS is an entity that is capable of coming into Guyana and operating independently. And that is not true. That is not true. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. The RSS is not and has never been an independent investigative body in this context. It is there to lend support, to augment capacity. Under this treaty, which is annexed to this bill, the RSS does not have any legal authority to operate outside of and above the local institution. And that must be made clear. It is a support mechanism, and it is only activated at the request of the host state. This is not me saying this. This is what is laid out in this bill before us. So when deployed, the RSS officers remain bound by the law of the host state. They do not possess autonomous investigative powers. So when we say to the people of Guyana that they're coming here to do independent investigations, suggesting that they have the ability to investigate the Guyana Police Force, for example, it is misleading the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, they can't arrest, they can't charge, they can't compel, they support, they advise, they assist. And they do so, Mr. Speaker, under the command of the jurisdiction within which they are operating. Mr. Speaker, in this case, the Guyana Police Force, the institution that they are required to support, this same institution that the people of Guyana don't trust. Mr. Speaker, I heard the honorable member on the other side reference terms of reference, and I am so glad he did, because the people of Guyana are still waiting to understand and know what the terms of reference for the RSS, what those terms of reference are for the killing of Keon Fudgenay in Linden. Despite being requested, we were told it's not available. We were told that it could only be shared with the family with the permission of the Guyana Police Force. The same Guyana Police Force that we don't trust. The same Guyana Police Force that said Adriana Young left the hotel in a red and black Ram. The same Guyana Police Force that said that Ronaldo was killed or shot by policemen in uniform. Same police force we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the people of Guyana have been sold a false narrative about the RSS, and it is our duty on this side of the House to correct it. The fact is that the government sought to pacify public outrage when the Henry brothers were killed, when Keon and Ronaldo were killed in Linden. Murdered. They used a mechanism, Mr. Speaker, this mechanism to pacify the tensions and to give this illusion of an external impartial entity, when by this very document that they're now seeking to come to bring to this House, it is refuting and rebutting all of it. And you know what they're going to come with? Their favorite line. When they're caught with their pants down, oh, you all don't read, you don't understand, as if this is some magical formula that we are unable to decipher and understand. But we understand it, and it is because we understand it, Mr. Speaker, that we're calling them out. So, the point that I am making here is that there is a world of difference between support, supervision, and independence. The truth is that there is no requirement for the RSS findings to be made public outside of the domestic organization that they are here to support. So if the police force decides we're not publishing anything, the RSS cannot, as an organization, publish those findings, because why? They are here subject to the control of the Guyana Police Force, as it is in this case. And that must be made clear. That must be made clear, and this is what this is saying to us. Mr. Speaker, in the Stabroek News editorial of September 12, 2022, aptly observed this, and I am quoting here, the terms of reference of the RSS team have never been made public, and the government has only offered a summary of the report. You notice who has only offered a summary of the report? Not the RSS, the government, because it is only the government that can issue the report. The RSS will, as a matter of its administrative protocols, give a report to their headquarters. But there is no mandate for them to disclose their findings to the people of Guyana. So, Stabroek News continues, the government has only offered a summary of the report. If the public is to have confidence in the system, then it must be allowed to see the actual report, redacted where necessary, and make its own judgment. This is supporting the contention we are making here today, Mr. Speaker, that the RSS, this government, has not used the RSS as a genuine attempt at accountability, but rather as a political shield, a sleight of hand, Mr. Speaker. And this has resulted in the public being denied both transparency and truth. Mr. Speaker, this is concerning because the RSS will now be a part of our legal framework. So we have to make sure that we put on record our objection to this organization being used as a political smokescreen, designed only to deflect and delay and deny. Because the only person or people or group of people benefiting from this deception, Mr. Speaker, is the government. The families are not benefiting from this, Mr. Speaker. The grieving families, the public, Mr. Speaker, and certainly not the RSS itself, whose credibility, sir, is being misappropriated by the PPP government for political theater. This is important. This is very, very important. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we must see it for what it is. And this government must stop pretending that the legal framework allows the RSS to come in here and to conduct an independent investigation, independent of the Guyana Police Force, the GDF, or whichever entity it is required to assist and support in accordance with its terms of reference. They must stop it. They must stop getting up and telling the people, oh, an independent probe will be conducted and the RSS will do it. The RSS, by its nature, cannot come into our territory and operate independently of the authorities that we don't trust. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that we support this bill. We do not support, Mr. Speaker, and I will make this point here, because I heard the Honorable Sanjeev Datadin muttering. The PPP would prefer for us to come and say, yes, we support the bill, and sit down. They would prefer for us not to give our views. They would prefer for us not to have a voice to speak. But we're not having any of that, Mr. Speaker. We support the bill, but we also reserve the right to call them out on the way they've been abusing the use of the RSS. Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying that regionalism, which is the thrust of the RSS, must be used to serve the people, and it cannot be used as political cover. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the government today to say, as it relates in the matter of the killing of Keon Fudgene, what were the terms of reference under which the RSS was deployed? Were they given independent operational authority, or were they simply embedded in the Guyana Police Force? Will the findings of the RSS in relation to the killing of Keon Fudgene be made public? And what accountability mechanisms will this government put in place to ensure that if the RSS does make recommendations, that they are implemented? Mr. Speaker, if they have nothing to hide, then I am sure the Honorable Attorney General could, in his closing remarks, make the commitment and answer those questions. Mr. Speaker, the value of the RSS lies in its existence. It lies in how it is used. If deployed honestly, the RSS can provide valuable regional support in times of crisis, offering technical expertise, offering search capacity, and cross-border coordination in complex security matters. But if deployed deceptively, Mr. Speaker, under the guise of independence, when no such independence exists, it erodes public confidence, not only in the RSS, Mr. Speaker, but in all of us who are in this honorable House. So regional integration, sir, is a noble ideal, but it cannot become a shield for executive misconduct. And so, Mr. Speaker, no more hiding of terms of reference. Let us lift the standard of governance. So we support the bill, but we reject, Mr. Speaker, any attempt to use the RSS to sleight of hand. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say in this House that we require justice for Adriana Young, we require justice for Keon Fudgeney, we require justice for all of those Guyanese children, men and women who were killed in questionable circumstances, and for which the people of Guyana deserve answers, Mr. Speaker. We deserve answers, and so I'm calling right now, Mr. Speaker, for a commission of inquiry at the bare minimum. We have called on this side of the House for a commission of inquiry into the death of Adriana Young, that 11-year-old whose death shocked the conscience of this world. The government would want to foist on us a report conducted, and incidentally, it's the same situation here. They're bringing somebody to investigate who is accountable to the police force, to investigate the misconduct of the police force. Make it make sense. That cannot be accepted. An independent commission of inquiry must be convened. The Guyanese people want answers. The family, Mr. Speaker, needs answers. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP. Ms. Walton Desir, and now for the Honorable Minister, Brinley Horatio Ben. Honorable Minister,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
you can
Honorable
start, and
members.
every time Mr. Mahipal interrupts you, I'll add more time.
Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my complete support to this legislation, which brings into our laws an interrelationship with Guyana, with the regional security system of the Caribbean, which is supported by international partners, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and others. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I need to add anything much more really to what the Honorable Attorney General so eloquently expressed. I am surprised that the opposition MP who preceded me just now in speaking, Ms. Desir, did say that she supported the bringing into our laws the bill, and it is with some regret in respect of that matter, I would say, when I hear the expressions which are made here in relation to the RSS. Mr. Speaker, the only people who will be sent home, dispatched, again, in my belief, firm belief, are the people on the other side. And again, this presentation, which was just made, which started eloquently, nice, beautifully, replete with nice words, degenerated into malignment, insults, and ridicule in respect of what we are trying to do here and what other countries have done in the Caribbean with the oversight of the CARICOM Secretariat, the ministers and premiers of all the territories who have acceded to it, and with the support of international legal experts and military and security experts in respect of these matters. Mr. Speaker, the presentation just now degenerated particularly on a couple points. There is talk about the government misusing the regional security system to make it a cover for misbehavior, to perhaps use the word in a softer manner than was presented. The presentation attacked the overall concept of the regional security system itself, its credibility. It attacked the questions of its independence in relation to any operational or administration situations in respect of it appearing in any territory, I would say, not simply Guyana, when there is any civil disturbance, national emergencies, national disasters, combating threats to internal security, and all of those things. On the question of the independence of the RSS, while there is an agreement, and I want to refer to Article 4, 5, the member states agree that an armed attack against one of them by a third state or from any other source is an armed attack against them all, and consequently agree that in the event of such an attack, each of them in the exercise of the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense, recognized by Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, will determine the measures to be taken to assist the state so attacked, forthwith, individually or collectively. Any necessary action, including the use of armed force, to restore and maintain the peace and security of the member state. I think the Honorable Attorney General referred to the situation which occurred in Grenada. Perhaps some of us still have different perspectives on the matter, but the fact is, on the question of the restoration of democracy, on the advice and support of Dame Eugenia Charles, the RSS was mobilized along with the United States, those who were in the compact at that time, who went to the invasion or the rescue or whatever you want to say, of what we are euphemistically calling now the restoration of democracy in Grenada. And so similarly, if there's a situation where there's a consideration of the RSS members altogether, that there's a collapse of situation in Guyana in respect of governance, wrongdoing by the state, or an appeal by the state to help for the restoration of order, it can be activated. That is my understanding of the matter. And that 6 is, Any such armed attack on all measures taken as a result thereof shall immediately be reported to the Security Council of the United Nations. Such measures shall be terminated when the Security Council has taken the measures necessary to secure and maintain peace in the member state. Very simply put. Now, some of us are unhappy, of course, that the Security Council on which we sit, and I believe our president may sit and make presentations, if not soon. We're unhappy that international security system doesn't appear to be working, particularly the problems in the Ukraine and grievously in Gaza, where women and children are being killed. But this is the architecture, and I posit that there is a possibility for the RSS to be used independently with reference to the other member states and to the United Nations Security Council in respect of maintaining law, order, democracy in any state, member state of the RSS. And so the presentation by the lady, honorable otherwise, the honorable lady, and she wears her pants and she talks about people being caught with their pants down. But it's false. Her presentation at the end is false and malicious. And then she goes further, the honorable lady, to continue the maligning of the Guyana police force. The force is not perfect. The force has 4,000 plus persons. We see ourselves in many cases in the members of the police force, in its failings too. But if something happens at your house or in your street tonight or in your family, who do you call? Ghostbusters? Who will you call? Who will you call? Who will you call? So I think, Mr. Speaker and members, and now we have extended the discussion in relation to the questions of inquiries, investigations related to tragic circumstances where citizens were killed by the police. Shootings by the police, misfiring by the police, all of these things don't only occur in Guyana. We're not unique in this regard. And they're rising and they're talking about the Adriana Young situation or the Forgeneer situation without attributing any facts or information, and maligning the investigators who came, either the RCMP one who came through the RCMP liaison in Barbados at the RSS, that there is obviously, by a sleight of hand, which is a term that the honorable member has been using frequently tonight, is perhaps not wanting the investigations from these experts from the RSS or for the RCMP in respect of these matters. So the police are maligned in respect of the Adriana Young matter. Unfortunate. The police were not found with their knees on the neck of any person who died recently, whether it's Forgeneer or whether it was presumed that the police had something to do with the missing child when the child was thought to be indeed missing and not in the area. There is talk about the police misleading the public. The police gave information as to a lead that they had, perhaps that the child did leave or was taken out of the place. It turned out to be a false lead. Leads are normal in police investigation work. You look at the number of leads and you discard them as they turn out to be not true or not helpful or not factual, and you zero in on what really remains to do the detailed investigation on. So it is perhaps not unexpected, the kind of presentation now and behavior to make capital money in respect of perhaps this latest case. There's a call now, the honorable member talk about a commission of inquiry. So the work of the police isn't good. The work of the international RCMP expert is not good. Nothing that we can do, either with the RSS or any person or any organization, would be good, would satisfy the concerns or any proper interest in relation to this matter. And this is because persons are making political capital out of the death of this child. Persons are making political capital, monetary capital, out of these unfortunate incidents. You on that side, because you are the ones who are out there joining the demonstrations, appearing with people who are saying things, storming the hospitals, burning the streets, going to New York and other places, and talking about things related to this matter. You and your supporters and influencers, you are beating this drum in relation to which I think is misusing the unfortunate death of this child, which has been determined both by forensic analysis, autopsies, and also by the investigative work of the police and the RCMP investigator, which has been basically determined insofar of all the information that we have. And this is a repeat of things which have occurred before. A repeat of the things which happened before. When we had the unfortunate issue of the Henry boys at West Coast Babis. When we had the unfortunate issue in respect of the Henry boys, it was cleared and said to be a racial attack. It was said to be something that was precipitated by the PPP. It was said to be something that had nothing to do with domestic, perhaps criminal activities between those who were involved. Nobody says that persons were placed in the prison, charged, found guilty in respect of this matter. None of the things which you said in relation to the Henry boys materialized. And again, the things that you're saying in relation to these two matters will turn out again to be not what you said they are and were. Because honorable members, at least on this side, if the others are not interested, because you want to create trouble in Guyana. You want to get power at any cost. You want to burn up and break up anything so that you could perhaps sit on this side and talk about oil money. But you had the oil money too. You had the oil money before we got it to spend. You had the oil money, and the state illegally was squatting in government too to do things which we are doing. And now you're unhappy that again that we are looking so good that perhaps almost certainly we will be returned with a larger majority in this House. We will be returned. We will be returned. And Mahipal, the honorable member, will again be snarling from that other side of the House. He and Ramjatan. Snarling. Snarling, that's what you all do. And the honorable member who walks out as usual. Snarling. 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 You never give any opportunity, anything as such as this, which has not simply a regional, is of great regional importance for us, but also of international importance. Which group of countries do not tend to come together to create a regional security system. It's all over the world. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes. We say that Europe isn't working now, and NATO isn't working, and all of these things. But any group of countries which have common interests try to come together on the questions of drug trafficking, criminality, transnational organized crime, and also on the question if one country is invaded by any other country. And so, at the end of the day, the discourse presentation we had from the honorable member just now basically shoots down the efficacy of being in the RSS. Why do we have the Commodore Sherlin from Barbados heading up the RSS, with 37 years plus of experience in military matters in the regional system? The CARICOM area is weak in terms of military and security protection. Our area has perhaps the highest rates of homicides, drug trafficking passing through, and all of those things compared to other countries. But the honorable member did not see and does not see this as a greater opportunity for us to get on top of all these problems. No, we have, stronger together. And this treaty, this legislation puts in place a system of all for one and one for all. Perhaps you may know about that at some point in time, Mr. Maipal. But why is the RSS arrangement, legislation, important for Guyana? Mr. Speaker, you remember in December, there was talk and action in Venezuela of establishing a state called Guayana Essequiba. And a few days ago, on the 25th of May, there was an Admiral Neil Villamazar, who was elected governor of that state. In essence, the establishment of the state in Venezuelan law, in spite of what the UN says and the ICJ says, but for them and in law, that the frontier no longer exists west of the Essequibo River. It doesn't exist. And the Honorable Maipal, that person, the Honorable Member Maipal, heckles me from the other side of his seat, which I'm happy about because it brings me back to when he heckles me and I say, shoot and scoot. Shoot and scoot. And I want to perhaps point out quickly the forces which are aligned against us from Venezuela. So Guyana has perhaps 4,000 military persons. Venezuela has 300 and something thousand men in uniform in the army alone. Venezuela has in its reserves, in its militia, another 600 persons. 600,000 persons, sorry. Venezuela has in its militia 6 million persons. I won't go into how many planes and tanks and all of those things that they have. And the point is, when you talk about shoot and scoot, if we have to engage and not to be written off at the first engagement, we have to be able to survive the first engagement and to have our friends come for us. We cannot, with a population of 800,000 people, for another entity who has over 2 million people in its military forces, think that we can win against them by ourselves, even on the first engagement. So the point of ridiculing any effort, any understanding in relation to the context and the situation we are in resides in the negative responses from your side. So he laughs and shoot and scoot. Even if the RSS come, they have to shoot and scoot with us. And so I'm being very serious about this. I'm not a military person, but the Honorable Prime Minister perhaps could give more details and understand of it. But our discussions on these matters should not be brought down into the position of a farce from some people who have a lot of experience and understanding otherwise. Paul and Ramjatan, honorable members otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member Desir did suggest that an RSS person operating in Guyana under these laws, when they come into effect, cannot arrest a person, cannot take action to interdict, arrest whatever person. This is not the case. Any reading or understanding of this would show that this is not the case. Any foreign troop which go to assistance of another country, the Kenyans now in Haiti, they have the ability to arrest people. And if they're burning and blocking the roads, they have the ability to shoot at them. And so do not ridicule, misrepresent what these important regional international documents mean, what they presage. This is not child's play. This is not child's play. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the honorable members, specifically, more so, on the other side of this house, to pay careful, rapt, and do in-depth reading with the attention that this type of legislation means. A country like Guyana, which faces existential threats in a world context where borders are not being respected, where other countries are being taken over, where people are facing migrant crises because they're chased out, displaced all over the world. Of all of those countries, if I talk about Gaza, which is not even a state, they have 2.2 million people. We perhaps barely got 860,000 people. And you scoff at this by the presentations you make in this house. You scoff at it. I dismiss any and everything that the lady has said, honorable member, in respect. I've refuted them here already. I've refuted them here already, and when you get your turn, you could add more to whatever she said. But, Mr. Chairman, yes, there's support with overwhelmed with caveats and distortions and deflections. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the people will shut you up. The people will shut you up, Ramjatan, honorable member otherwise. But again, Mr. Speaker, I want to wholeheartedly and unreservedly support this legislation proposed. I want to thank the Honorable Attorney General, Anil Nanglal, in respect of his presentation of the bill. I had hoped that his presentation, without my having to come here, would have added the luminosity, the light, so that it would not have taken so much time even on my part, but unfortunately it seemed to have fallen on really deaf and distorted ears. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Ben. Now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this Assembly, I rise to offer my resolute and unwavering support for Bill number 5, the Regional Security Bill, commonly called the RSS Bill. This bill is a legislative measure that is of critical and enduring importance to the safety, the security, stability, and sovereignty of our beloved nation, Guyana. Today, we are not merely debating policy or a simplistic bill. We are deliberating our future. This bill formalizes Guyana's participation in a collaborative regional security framework. It is a bold and necessary response to the escalating threats faced by small states in an increasingly volatile world. What are we doing today, Mr. Speaker? It strikes at the very core of our sacred duty as lawmakers for the defense, preservation, the advancement, and the interests of our country. So, debating today is not an abstract theory or a distant hypothetical. We are debating the immediate security of our citizens, the resilience of our institution, and the enduring stability of our future. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to invoke the words of Dr. Anthony T. Bryan, who in his seminal work titled Building Regional Security Cooperation in the 21st Century, observed, and I quote, "Small states that lack capacity and act on their own may fall victim to international and domestic terrorism, transnational organized crimes, or criminal gangs. The RSS was conceived as a mutual defense treaty against external aggression and internal coup attempts." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, these words are not relics of a bygone era. They are a clarion call for action today, more urgent than when they were first written. They remind us that collective strength is not a choice, it is a necessity for survival. Mr. Speaker, these words are not merely academic. They are an abstentious reminder that our survival and prosperity demands collective action. And Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that these words ring even truer today than when they were first written. At the 2011 Caribbean Nation Security Conference in Port of Spain, our leaders emphasized that regional security cooperation is no longer optional. It is indispensable. The threats we face today, cybercrime, organized trafficking, terrorism, they demand a response that is swift, unified, resolute, and one that is also bold. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard from the presenter of the bill, the RSS was born in an era of turbulence to counter cross-border threats such as narcotics and armed trafficking in a time of urgent need during the 1970s and 1980s. It responded to cross-border threats like illicit drug and arms trafficking. But as we've heard from the previous speakers, it has evolved today to tackle a far broader range of dangers, from national emergency, search and rescue, immigration control, maritime policing, to combating threats against our economic zones and offshore installation. Today, it has evolved as a comprehensive shield. Through this bill, Mr. Speaker, we envision the establishment of a regional joint task force, facilitating real-time intelligence sharing, conducting coordinated operations across jurisdiction, drawing upon collective resources, expertise, and the will of the region. And I want us all here to picture the strength of unified action. Picture this here, all of us, unified response crisis. harmonize law enforcement strategies, fortify defense of our economic exclusive zones, enhance protection against cyber, environmental, and human threats. This is not theory anymore. This is a necessity. As we've heard today from the presenter of the bill, the treaty that underpins this bill is rooted in sheer conviction. And the presenter of the bill went through the articles of the treaty and the section of the bill. So I will not go into the articles nor the section. But the point I'm trying to make here, Mr. Speaker, is that we face ruthless adversaries, human traffickers, narco-traffickers, cyber criminals, and terrorists. And to court them alone is to court defeat. But if we are to stand together, we secure our collective survival. And I hope that this point is being hit home, Mr. Speaker, because security is the foundation upon which prosperity is built. History teaches us that where citizens feel safe, businesses thrive, communities prosper, and nations ascend. And I ask all of us today to learn from the initiatives such as the Merida Initiative between the United States and Mexico, which deals with combating cross-border organized crime. Let us also learn from the African Union's peace and security architecture, which fosters peace and sustainable development through collective action. These examples here have proven that with unity, there is resilience, and that partnership paves the way for peace. These initiatives that I've referred to, the Merida Initiative and the African Union's peace and security architecture, they demonstrate the success of collective security efforts in combating organized crime, terrorism, and political instability through unity, not division. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill here is not merely a policy bill or another bill here that we are deliberating or debating. It is a clarion call for every member of this House to rise and to stand with the people of Guyana and defend the sacred trust that we hold. We are sending a message here today that we will no longer be passive victims of globalized crime. We will secure liberty and peace of our citizens, that we understand the strength of one Caribbean nation is the strength of all. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge every honorable member of this House to lend their full support to the passage of the Regional Security System Bill, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond, Honorable Prime Minister, we have you on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members of Parliament, there are many similarities among the countries of the Caribbean. These similarities are the basis on which the Caribbean states saw it fit to integrate with one another to achieve certain goals that they would not have been able to achieve by individual states. Mr. Speaker, the regional security system is part of this fabric of Caribbean integration, and therefore I rise today in support of the Regional Security System Bill 2025, which seeks to provide for the implementation of the treaty establishing the regional security system and for connected matters. Mr. Speaker, in every regional organization in the world today, the component of security is enshrined. CARICOM security is the fourth pillar of CARICOM. But if you look at the European Union, the African Union, the Association of Southeastern Nations, the Organization of the American States, and even the United Nations, security cooperation is enshrined. And Mr. Speaker, The Guyana Defense Force and the Guyana Police Force both have benefited from training, courses, and exercises conducted by the regional security system even before we became a member of the RSS. For better integration and functionality of the RSS, Mr. Speaker, this bill is important in cementing Guyana's integration into the system of cooperation. Mr. Speaker, the laws of Guyana requires a bill to be passed by Parliament after a treaty is acceded to. And that's why we're here. This would validate or cooperate the international law into the domestic system of Guyana, authorizing the application of that international obligation. And Mr. Speaker, the purposes and functions of the RSS are to promote cooperation among the member states in the prevention and interdiction of traffic in illegal substances, cooperation in national or during national emergencies, search and rescue, immigration control, fisheries protection, customs and excise control, maritime policing duties, natural and other disasters, pollution control, combating threats to national security, the prevention of smuggling, and in the protection of our offshore installations and exclusive economic zones. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House today know the threat that we have faced from our western neighbor within our exclusive economic zone. This bill remains and is paramount for the ultimate protection of our EEZ and maritime domain awareness. Mr. Speaker, the RSS was created out of a need for a collective response to security threats, which were impacting on the stability of the region, the Caribbean region, in the early 70s and 80s. In October 1982, as mentioned by previous speakers, 4 members of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States, namely Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, signed a memorandum of understanding with Barbados to provide for mutual assistance on request. St. Kitts and Nevis joined after gaining independence in September 1983, and Grenada in January 1985. The MOU was updated in 1992, and the RSS acquired judicial status in March of 1996 by way of the treaty that was signed in St. George's, Grenada, which gave the RSS legal standing since March 1996. Mr. Speaker, in September 2022, Guyana formally joined the RSS after His Excellency President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali signed the instrument of accession. Mr. Speaker, I know it is being questioned why the RSS and what has it done. An initial success of the RSS was in October 1983, Mr. Speaker, when together with the military forces of the United States of America and Jamaica, the RSS deployed troops to Grenada to restore democracy after a period of political upheaval. The RSS intervention in Grenada would have been impossible without mutual cooperation and understanding. Mr. Speaker, we all can recall the important role that the CARICOM leaders played in a similar situation in 2020 when our democracy was challenged by the opposition who sits on the left side of the House, who blatantly and desperately tried to stay in office despite their rejection by the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, on the left side of the House, the right side is where we are, and rightfully where we should be and remain, Mr. Speaker.
Because they could never be right.
They will always be left. Mr. Speaker, during the early stages of the RSS, the focus was mainly on strengthening border security and maritime surveillance mechanisms in an effort to counter the predominant threat of illicit narcotics trafficking. The organization's work resulted in the establishment of a progressive sub-regional air wing resource to support maritime counter-drug operations and other missions. This experiment in resource pooling has netted significant benefits for the RSS membership. Mr. Speaker, while the achievements of the past are celebrated, the government of Guyana joins the RSS in acknowledging the paradigm shift in the definition of security and prioritization of threats affecting the social and economic resilience of member states. Mr. Speaker, the contemporary security environment is now thought to become more complex, characterized by a melting pot of various modalities of security threats, such as transnational organized crime, terrorism, piracy, environmental degradation, pandemic, disease, and cyber attacks, among others. Additionally, technological threats are increasingly being used in the conduct of nefarious activities which affect person and property. Mr. Speaker, with the wealth of experience that the RSS has amassed over the past 42 years, Guyana will stand to benefit in support of national security in land, air, and sea. Mr. Speaker, a vital feature of the bill, therefore, gives legal force to Articles 10 to 14 of the RSS Treaty within Guyana. These articles cover command and discipline, jurisdiction, claims, training, and the Coast Guard. This piece of legislation provides a solid structure for service personnel of the RSS member states when working together in any member state to operate within a clear legal framework in the execution of their duties. Honorable members of the House, the jurisdictional framework of this bill is quite extensive. It deals with matters which can be tried in Guyana, specifying the type of courts to try service personnel. Noteworthy, Clause 8 provides that service authorities and service courts from other member states may exercise criminal and disciplinary jurisdiction over their personnel within Guyana in accordance with that state's laws, further underpinning the collaborative approach to regional security. Clause 33 guarantees that the government will cover its financial obligations under the RSS Treaty from the Consolidated Fund in support of regional security efforts. Other provisions in the bill focus on tax exemptions for RSS personnel and staff, including the importation of personal effects, vehicles, and equipment needed for the operations of the RSS. Clause 28 exempts service members from paying custom duties or taxes on personal items brought into the country during the initial move, easing the logistical challenges of deploying personnel for duty. Mr. Speaker, these are measures that will be mutually enjoyed by Guyanese service members who are called to operate within other jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind the House that Guyana Defense Force have already participated in rebuilding efforts in Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines after the devastating effects of Hurricane Beryl. The importance of this legislation will offer the legal basis under which our service member operates when deployed to other jurisdictions, likewise those deployed to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, fellow members of the House, the Regional Security System Bill 2025 must be supported not only as a formality, but also as a meaningful and necessary legislative step for Guyana's future. Put simply and plainly, it is the right thing to do for our region and our people. Mr. Speaker, the government of Guyana has long stood for regional unity, cooperation, and the peaceful advancement of our people. The passage of this bill is not merely about legal ratification. It is about standing with our neighbors, sharing responsibility for the peace and stability of our region, and affirming our commitment to protecting Caribbean lives from both natural and man-made threats. Supporting this bill is to honor the principles of solidarity, mutual respect, and collective security principles that define who we are as Caribbean people. Mr. Speaker, further, I cannot stress enough that the value of the RSS in boosting our capacity to solve real modern-day security challenges. Honorable members of the House, security today is no longer confined to guns and borders. It includes cybercrime, human trafficking, narcotics, piracy, and the increasing devastation brought by climate-related disasters. Guyana is no stranger to border controversies. Support from the RSS would add to Guyana's capacity in preparing for and warding off these threats. No country, no matter how large or small, can tackle these threats alone. The RSS is not just a symbol of unity. It is a functioning, operational, and results-driven system. Whether it is air surveillance to intercept drug routes, joint training exercises to build capacity, or coordinated disaster response missions, the RSS has proven its worth time and time again. Guyana's accession in 2022 was an essential step. But without this bill, our law enforcement and defense personnel operate in legal limbo when acting under RSS mandates. This legislation corrects that, Mr. Speaker, ensuring our forces can work seamlessly with their counterparts in other member states under clear legal protections, roles, and responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, this bill, therefore, is not just a legal necessity. It is smart economics and sound governance. The pooling of resources under the RSS, such as shared aircraft, joint training, and harmonized Coast Guard operations, means that we get access to far more advanced capabilities than we could ever afford alone. For developing state, integration is a part, Mr. Speaker, in a world of shifting threats, shrinking resources, and growing interdependence. Guyana cannot afford to stand alone. This bill gives strength to our security, structure to our regional cooperation, and legal grounding to our commitments. Mr. Speaker, I urge the members of this Assembly to vote not only for the legislation, but for regional solidarity, lawful protection, and a safer Guyana and Caribbean region. Fellow members, let us pass the Regional Security Bill 2025 for our people, for our service personnel who will be operating in the fields, for our region, and for a more secure tomorrow. I urge all members to stand on the right side of history in support of this bill. Support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, before you take your seat, please move the motion that we suspend the standing order and the motion to go beyond 8 o'clock to complete our business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the standing orders to go beyond 8 p.m.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, put a question that we suspend the standing order to go beyond 8 p.m. to the conclusion of our business. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You need some support over there? All right. Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill that we are passing this afternoon. And I say passing because it has my unreserved support. I would want to say that the Caribbean's institutions over the years, since it was established, have been very sluggish in getting activated and operationalized. It has happened with our CCJ, it has happened with so many other institutions. And this one, called the Regional Security System, is but yet another one. The treaty in relation to this was passed in 1997, I think, 1997. And more than quarter of a century has passed, and I must say that when it comes to regional institutions, that may not be a very long time. But President Irfan Ali ratified the treaty, and then today we have the Attorney General bringing this bill. It generally happens with institutions of this importance that our actions in almost all the parliaments of the CARICOM are characterized by sometimes poor leadership, what I call a kind of a stale thinking on the issue, and an absence of urgency. But the greatest failure has been generally weak financial support. I don't see Guyana, with all the oil monies we have, suffering that now in these contemporary times. And so, indeed, with the infrastructure in our municipal law of the system, which will require monies to fund it, monies to take care of the police and the service personnel that will now come to Guyana, we have that. And I rather suspect too that because of the increase in crimes all across the CARICOM, that indeed stale thinking will now be done away with, and the requirements of what it is that is the new thinking will come to the fore, and that is why the evolution of the times, the evolution of the finances and the state of finances is going to make this thing happen, and I'm very proud of it. We feel in the opposition here too that crime and violence in Guyana has been tremendously increased, notwithstanding the statistics our minister will give us now and again. And that is one of the reasons why the people in the government have decided also to look for support in relation to the cooperation and the collaboration with all varieties of activities that have been identified and adumbrated in the bill and also the treaty. So it is important that we in Guyana see the necessity then that we implement into our municipal law that infrastructure which is going to be of assistance and support in our crime fight. Municipal meaning the local country of Guyana. It is a regional thing, my dear. Yes. And a regional thing, as I mentioned, CARICOM. It is fundamental that that be understood if you don't understand it. We have, and we want the collaborative and cooperative assistance from the RSS, that regional body. Mr. Speaker, they're classified in crime strategies three major categories. How do we prevent crime? And that is, as is self-evident when we design what we're going to do to our young people, the economics of it and all of that. Intervention, what we do with people who are involved and how do we stop them. But the big one is suppression of crime. And suppression of crime requires institutions. When we started out as an independent country, we created, for the suppression of crime, the Guyana Police Force. what we are seeing here now because of the regional, and especially after 9/11, what happened there and the momentum that saw the need for regionalization of suppression activities in relation to crime that was now growing all across the Americas. We have to create those institutions. This one involves the use of the criminal law institutions and justice systems and so on. But a very important aspect that this bill brings is the aspect that has to do with that regional security system and its service personnel, how they can operate in Guyana. What are some of their rights and obligations? How do we discipline them? Who they come under? And though we may have difficulties, like we normally have about ministers being in charge, I am happy to say that the power to give direction and deal with matters of policy must be under ministers. And I am noticing here that indeed this regional security system will come under the council, which will be made up of the various ministers of national security and also the ministers in charge of defense. Of course, they can only give direction to the people, and the people largely will be the commanders, and the commanders will be the commissioners, the various commissioners from the treaty countries. And that is about as best as we can get in relation to a structure and a hierarchy that can give efficacy to a system such as this which we are trying to create here and to give legal status to. Mr. Speaker, as is stated in Article 6 of the treaty, a Council of Ministers is hereby established, and that is incorporated in the bill in that context. And that council shall be responsible for and have general direction and control of the regional security system. The council is the supreme policy-making body of the system, and the council shall set up subsidiary bodies as may be necessary to ensure the achievement of the purposes of this treaty. I think that is what this bill more or less is doing. The complications of when another territory's policemen come to Guyana and will have to have the powers of our Guyanese police is largely what this bill seeks to do. In my opinion, this is what it does, obviously. I am telling you, look, my reading of the bill is that it is to take care of service personnel. Yeah. And it is, as the bill is indicating, the jurisdiction and all of that has to do with the service of police members, meaning members of a police, and what the military is and all of that. It is important then that in this bill, we make sure that what will happen to those policemen that will come from the RSS or the defense personnel that will come into the country to do investigations as to how they can do that and how they can conduct themselves here. And member states, regional security officers and policemen will have to come under a regime of rules and regulations that obviously this bill will set forth, but also which will now be even further expanded by regulations and so on from the council that is established for the general direction and control of the system. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we move forward in relation to how we deal with these matters, knowing very well that there can't be perfection in any system. As Public Security Minister and dealing with this issue whilst there, sometimes the perfection prevents the actual realization of the infrastructure to ensure that there be the relevant interdiction in traffic, in illegal narcotics, in national emergencies, in environmental crimes, in smuggling, in economic zones, and all that is set out at page 19. And also how we deal with the question, as mentioned by and emphasized by the Minister of Home Affairs, democratic institutions and territorial integrity and political independence. As is mentioned at page 19, 4 thereof. So the measures will have to come as we proceed forward. And what can be said of our local police force, whereby they sometimes fail and do flawed investigations, we are hoping by virtue of an RSS and its expertise and experience of a higher quality, certainly it will come to be of benefit to us here. And that is why, indeed, our collaboration and cooperation to ensure this system be part and parcel of our municipal law. Mr. Speaker, for that set of reasons, one cannot in any way find major criticism in relation to giving support hereto. It is a start, and as I have said, we sometimes find big delays in implementing these very important things. I remember the one about the CCJ, and that's another CARICOM institution. We are pleading, and a lot of other countries, although there is need for them, they still maintain with the Privy Council rather than come down to our CCJ to give that court the jurisdiction as their final appellate court. This thing about a regional security system is like an apex organization that can help the individual security discipline forces in and around the CARICOM region. And indeed, with what I see happening, it is fundamental that we rely on a regional force like this, a regional system like this. The system also is not necessarily CARICOM, because it would have collaboration with Europol and Interpol and FBI and a whole host of other organizations that can help. They can help with the identification of the bad fellas coming in that recent one that we passed last time. Passenger and cargo identification. So, indeed, to set up and be working along with a system like this, it is required that we have to be, in a sense, not giving up sovereignty, but applying the principles of international relationship and international contacts with these important bodies to ensure that our institutions here can garner the best support regionally, and also, as I mentioned just now, by extension, internationally. And so when it comes to the necessity for investigations in certain matters in Guyana, and we call and seek out their services, one is hoping that they are going to report generally not only to the Guyanese people, or the Guyanese government, or the Guyanese minister, but the CARICOM people as to what the RSS is doing. Because, of course, it's going to be funded by the CARICOM people. It will be funded. Guyana will have to come up with some budget here too, in this bill, to find monies to incorporate the activities of the RSS. And so, being recipients of taxpayers' monies, they must be responsible for ensuring complete transparency and professionalism. Professionalism is a big thing that we need in Guyana, because a lot of distrust is there. And notwithstanding the comments of the learned Attorney General and also, well, especially Mr. Ben, Honorable Member, I believe that confidence can be regained by establishing in our local law RSS to the extent of ensuring that professionalism, that transparency can be brought. There will be mistakes, like every other police force in the world, but whatever it is, there can be also directions given for certain things. One is hoping that the RSS is not going to be directed. It is going to be to lose their professionalism. One is expecting that they are going to go and do a professional job to the extent of making sure that when called upon, they do it to the satisfaction of the people of the Caribbean. We want a better system. We want better must come. And we want I am of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, with its addendum, with the treaty and all of that, will ensure that better comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Ramjitan. Honorable Member, Mr. Mohabir Anil Nandlao.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members on that side for their support. I see Ms. Chandan is leaving. I want to thank you for your resolute and unwavering support. I think those are the adjectives used to express the quality of support that she has rendered. The honorable member Ramjitan, thank you very much. And to Minister Ben, and of course, our distinguished Prime Minister, thank you very much for your support. Mr. Speaker, this is a good thing. This is, for the first time, a very important, Guyana will be part of a regional law enforcement agency that will have direct legal municipal powers under our legislation to function here as part of our law enforcement apparatus. We are perhaps the country that needs this the most. We are the only country in CARICOM with the existential threat that we are facing. We need protection out there for our borders. We need protection for our exclusive economic zone, our maritime territory, and part of the express mandate of the RSS is to provide surveillance and to patrol those areas. Just imagine what an impact it would have if we are able to use the RSS to patrol our maritime boundaries and our exclusive economic zone when they are unauthorized entry into those areas, as we have had quite recently. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Amanza Desir, while she supported the bill, she left some issues on the public record that must be repudiated. The Honorable Member can't seem to help herself. So, as usual, she expressed support and then she started to attack the RSS. I don't understand why or how the honorable members on that side can easily, with such ease, ascribe ulterior motives and ascribe a corrupt motive to an international body and professionals. I don't know if they're measuring people by their own standards, it is established that they have very little decorum and integrity, and perhaps that's the barometer they are using to measure others. Why would the honorable member say that members of the RSS, when they come here, they are manipulated to bring conclusions to investigations that can't withstand scrutiny? What attributes are you alluding to those professionals? And the honorable member is so factually inaccurate, because she said to this House that the RSS came here in relation to the Henry Boys as part of the Guyana Police Force, and she even cited the bill and the treaty to situate the RSS, when we only signed on to the treaty long after the RSS. We only signed on to the RSS long after the Henry Boys. The Henry Boys died in September the 6th, 2020. President Ali signed on, ratified the RSS treaty in 2023. Long after, yet she said that the RSS came here as part of the Guyana Police Force. Therefore, they were manipulated by the Guyana Police Force. I don't understand. And she says this and she goes. She pollutes the public record and then departs. Mr. Speaker, and then cries for justice for the Henry Boys. Cries for justice. Not saying that since the 1st of March 2022, two persons who were charged with murder were committed by a magistrate at Blairmont Magistrates Court to stand trial for the Henry Boys murder. Two persons, both of whom have alleged to give confession statements. Both of whom. And they are to stand trial for the Henry Boys murder. Yet you hear that there is no justice for Henry Boys murder. No justice when two persons have been charged. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the lawyers who appeared for those two accused persons, I have their names here: Dexter Smart and Dexter Todd. Dexter Todd is the lawyer who appeared for the persons charged with the murder of Henry Boys. Today, Dexter Todd is legal advisor to the leader of the opposition. He represented the two persons charged with the Henry Boy murder. So they are defending the persons charged for the murder and coming here and crying crocodile tears for justice. That is what we can't allow to leave on the public record. That is what we can't allow to leave. So, Mr. Speaker, the RSS is a body that would be independent of the Guyana Police Force, and it can operate as part of the Guyana Police Force as well. So if it is that we need an independent investigation to be done, the RSS can be deployed to do so based upon the terms of reference of the engagement. It doesn't mean that they are part and parcel of the Guyana Police Force. Of course, they can act in tangent with the Guyana Police Force, but they can also perform an investigative role of the Guyana Police Force as well. So, Mr. Speaker, and when you look at all the organizations, all the countries that are part of this RSS, and the men and women who constitute the RSS, they are high-ranking military officers, high-ranking police officers from across the Caribbean. And here it is, the honorable member, she doesn't know any one of them, but is prepared to stand there and tarnish their character and their reputation without a shred of evidence and without common sense, because what she says doesn't make sense. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to forcefully reject all insinuations and assertions made by the honorable member that sought to impugn the character and standing of members of the RSS. Whenever we have engaged them, the people have discharged their mandate with professionalism and credibility. And she has no standing to cast aspersions. I don't think she knows where the court is. You gone to cases? I don't even think she knows where the court is. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few closing remarks, I ask that the bill be read a second time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AG. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Regional Security System Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the second time.
Regional Security System Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025.
Honorable members, we will resolve ourselves into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, we are in committee. The Regional Security Bill number 5 of 2025 has the bill has 36 clauses and a schedule. Let's see if it is a schedule or more than one schedules. Sorry, it has 2 schedules. And I propose the question that clauses 1 to 36 and schedules 1 and 2 form part of the bill. I now put a question that clauses 1 to 36 and schedules 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to report that the Regional Security System Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025 was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendments. And I move that the bill be now read the third time and passed as printed.
Honorable members, the question is that the Regional Security Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025, be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the third time.
Regional Security System Bill 2025, Bill number 5 of 2025.
Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. We will now proceed with the second reading of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025, published on the 12th of February of this year. AG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, this bill, like the one that we just concluded, is a product of the CARICOM Heads of Government's initiative to implement a slew of legislative measures to tackle crime across the region. It is a regional model bill, and it is a product of the CARICOM Secretariat and the Legal Affairs Committee of CARICOM, and it owes its genesis to the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, a treaty that was executed in 2017 and we signed in 2018 under the previous government. And this was one of the treaty that was left hanging, so to speak, and with the new impetus at the level of the heads of government, we were given directions to bring the necessary legislation into being that would allow for the enforcement of this treaty across the region. So what we are doing here tonight, Mr. Speaker, either has been done in many CARICOM territories or will soon be done in those territories. The CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill signifies an important development in our country's legal landscape and underscores our commitment to justice and cooperation in combating transnational crime. The bill establishes a mechanism for the enforcement of arrest warrants across the Caribbean community and is specifically designed to give effect to the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty through its incorporation into our domestic laws. The treaty provides a simplified system for the arrest in one participating member and the surrender to another participating member of persons for specified offenses. And the offenses to which the bill relates and to which the arrest warrants can be issued are set out in the bill itself. CARICOM, as a regional organization, aims to promote economic integration, social cooperation, and the protection of the people of the region. One of the key pillars of CARICOM is collaboration in law enforcement, recognizing that crime is not confined by national borders. However, while CARICOM member states have made great strides in regional cooperation, there are gaps in terms of the enforcement of judicial decisions, particularly arrest warrants. Criminals often exploit these gaps by fleeing across borders, evading justice, and undermining the rule of law. To combat this issue, the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, and by extension this bill, outlines the process by which a participating member state, a member who is a party to the treaty, can request the arrest of an individual who is found in another participating member state based on the issuance of a valid CARICOM arrest warrant. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides a framework for the issuance of the CARICOM arrest warrants. These warrants, once issued by the issuing judicial authority in the issuing participating member, may be recognized by executing judicial authority of the executing participating member, allowing for cross-border arrest of individuals accused of committing an applicable offense under the Act. The term applicable offense, as defined in the context of a CARICOM arrest warrant, refers to an offense which is punishable in the issuing participating member by a custodial sentence of 1 or more years or any greater punishment, and includes offense listed in the first schedule to the Act. This ensures that the arrest warrant can only be issued for serious offenses that meet a certain threshold of severity, thereby preventing the misuse of the system for trivial or minor infractions that do not carry substantial penalties. A CARICOM arrest warrant may be issued in circumstances where a person is reasonably suspected of having committed an applicable offense, b, is charged with an applicable offense, or c, has fled from justice after having been convicted of an applicable offense, or a custodial sentence of 1 year or greater punishment has been imposed upon him for an applicable offense, obviously ex parte. In instance where Guyana is the executing participating member, the minister responsible for Home Affairs is designed as the central authority under the Act. The central authority shall be responsible for the administrative transmission and reception of the CARICOM arrest warrants and all other documents and official correspondence relating to CARICOM arrest warrant. So just like how the Ministry of Home Affairs is the central authority for extradition, the Ministry of Home Affairs is the central authority for the CARICOM arrest warrant. The High Court shall be the executing judicial authority for the executing participating member and shall have the power to A, issue a CARICOM arrest warrant, and B, authorize or determine any matter relating to the surrender of a requested person pursuant to a CARICOM arrest warrant issued in another participating member. The transmission of a CARICOM arrest warrant involves the formal procedure for the transfer and enforcement of arrest warrants by the central authority of the issuing participating member to the central authority of the executing participating member. The central authority of the participating member, in receipt of the arrest warrant, reviews the arrest warrant to ensure that it complies with its domestic laws and treaty. The authority is also responsible for verifying the authenticity of all documents received in pursuit of the arrest of a requested person and relating to the CARICOM arrest warrant. Following this, the central authority will, within 2 weeks of receiving an arrest warrant under the Act, make an application to the High Court for the endorsement of the warrant or for a true copy thereof for its execution by a member state of the force, by a member of the police force. The central authority of the executing participating member must immediately notify the central authority of the issuing participating member of the arrest of a requested person. Where the issuing participating member advises that a CARICOM arrest warrant is to be proceeded with, a person shall, as soon as practicable after arrest, be brought before a magistrate, and the magistrate shall A, inform the person that he or she has the right, 1, to be represented by an attorney at law, 2, to consent to his or her surrender to the issuing participating member, and 3, where appropriate, to obtain or to be provided with services of an interpreter, and B, remand the person in custody or admit the person to bail. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a whole due process when a person is arrested pursuant to that warrant. And remember, the warrant is issued by the High Court. Any legality regarding the warrant is to be determined by the High Court. But once a person is arrested under the warrant, the magistrate court jurisdiction kicks in and the due process provisions of the bill are activated. Where a requested person is brought before a magistrate, the requested person may consent to be to the issuing participating member, and where the requested person does so consent, the magistrate shall make an order for the surrender of the requested person. Where the requested person does not consent to the surrender, however, the magistrate shall determine whether the requested person shall be committed for surrender or be discharged. In making such a determination, the magistrate shall hear the case in the same manner as if the requested person had been brought before the magistrate, charged with an offense committed in the executing participating member that is triable on indictment. So the magistrate will be conducting essentially something akin to a preliminary inquiry to determine whether the person should be sent or not. Grounds for non-execution of the CARICOM arrest warrant. The bill makes provisions for grounds for mandatory non-execution of the CARICOM arrest warrants and includes circumstances where a. the competent authority of the issuing participating member has decided to terminate or not institute proceedings against the requested person for the offense to which the CARICOM arrest warrants relate. So, Mr. Speaker, just like extradition, the competent authority can refuse to proceed. The requested person has been finally judged by a participating member in respect of the same acts to which the CARICOM arrest warrants relates, and the person has been sentenced and has served or is currently serving the sentence. So if the person has been charged already in another country or is serving a sentence in Guyana, or has been tried and has already served the sentence, then the competent authority can refuse to proceed with the warrant. And C, the requested person, by reason of age, is not criminally responsible for the offense under the laws of the executing participating member. So the reciprocity provisions are kicking in. If the person is doli incapax, meaning incapable of attracting criminal liability, then that is a ground for not proceeding. The bill also addresses extradition. Where the central authority receives a CARICOM arrest warrant in respect of a person and a request from a third state for the extradition of that person, the decision of whether the CARICOM arrest warrant or the extradition request shall take precedence shall be taken by the competent authority designated by the minister to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, if there is a simultaneous request for extradition as well as one for the CARICOM arrest warrant, then the competent authority will choose which one of the procedure he or she will adopt. Of course, the Minister of Home Affairs, the central authority, will always be guided by the Attorney General on the civil side and the Director of Public Prosecutions on the criminal side. Part 1, which includes clauses 1 to 5 of the bill, deal with the preliminary matters pertaining to the bill. Clause 1 provides for the short title and commencement. Clause 2 provides for the definition of keywords. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I need to go through the entire bill clause by clause. They are very simple and very straightforward, but I have dealt with the merits of the bill in my presentation, and I believe that is sufficient, as I don't anticipate this bill receiving any resistance. I expect from Ms. Chandan her resolute and unwavering support. I expect from Mr. Ramjatan his unreserved and unqualified support. Those are the adjectives that they use in relation to the last bill. This is a bill of the same genus, and I expect, Mr. Speaker, similar sentiments of concurrence from the two members. So, Mr. Speaker, these are my few comments as I put the bill forward for debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I have a number of persons listed to speak. Ms. Geeta Chandan, Ms. Ferguson, Mr. Ben, Mr. Kemraj, Mr. Mahavir. Mr. Chandan, you still need to speak?
Mr. Speaker, I shared with you some adjustments.
Yes. Mr. Jones and I spoke. I was waiting for a response from Chief Whip. Since he mentioned Ms. Chandan and Ms. Ferguson are off, I'll now call the Honorable Brinley Horatio Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I want to briefly make some remarks in respect of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025. Of course, as the Honorable Attorney General advises, it comes from the same genus of legislative resorts which are necessary now and are being adopted both in CARICOM and similarly as with the RSS bill. It's so necessary to arrive at a position where we would be better able to deal with the vagaries, the difficulties which are presented in respect of law enforcement in the Caribbean, in CARICOM, because we know now more than ever, we are now much more aware of how interconnected and interdependent we are with each other. As was intimated, we already have arrangements in place, bilaterals, some multilaterals for mutual legal assistance. At the Ministry of Home Affairs, there's a central authority. We receive regularly, fairly regularly, requests for mutual legal assistance in respect of persons in relation to the extradition, for which we rely a lot on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Attorney General's chambers. In respect of the specific issue of the arrest of persons with the CARICOM arrest warrant, I think this is a big step forward in clarifying and putting down the steps to be taken. Similarly with the other countries of CARICOM or sister states, what steps have to be taken to realize the arrest? What steps have to be taken in relation to make sure that they get the requisite judicial review? And what steps have to be taken in relation to making sure that they get the proper treatments, both by the police and by the judicial system, in relation to being made arrestable and extraditable in respect of crimes which they may have committed in a CARICOM country from which they would have fled to the territory of Guyana, The Honorable Attorney General has gone through in fairly clear detail the principal points in relation to the bill, the question of, which I wanted to allude to first, otherwise, other than the specifics of arresting a person, is that there may be expenses which may be perhaps shared between the two participating countries in relation to the issues of effecting an arrest and extraditing a person, which is clause 7 in the bill. And the question at 8, the use of the courts. The High Court shall be the executing judicial authority for the executing participating members. And the authority shall have the High Court will have the role of issuing a CARICOM arrest warrant and authorize or determine any matter relating to the surrender of a requested person pursuant to a CARICOM arrest warrant issued in another participating member. The question of the transmission of the CARICOM arrest warrant is important to affect the arrest and for completeness of a transaction. I don't think I need to go into the specific details which reside in the bill in relation to it. But at 14.1, in terms of arrest and detention, it specifies the time in which the arrest warranted has to be transmitted to the High Court for endorsement of the CARICOM arrest warrant by way of a true copy thereof. And so it speaks of that shall be done within 2 weeks after it receives a CARICOM arrest warrant, and a person arrested at 14.4, a person arrested on the CARICOM arrest warrant shall, upon arrest, be informed of his or her right, A, to consent to being surrendered to the issuing participating member under Section 16, B, to be represented by an attorney at law, and C, where appropriate, to obtain or to be provided with the services of an interpreter. I think that this is clearly set out for the avoidance of doubt on any question or issue related to human rights or representation by a legal person. For those who may be interested, who may want to point out to those types of issues in their own presentations. The second schedule, of course, details clearly what is required in terms of the form, which is a CARICOM standard form, the CARICOM arrest warrant legal authority for detailing what is required for the documentation in the arrest warrant itself, the form. And I think that given the fact that this documentation is pretty standard, and we have or will accede to the use of the CARICOM arrest warrant and what it requires, that it is pretty standard, normal, and not of any extraordinary representation beyond that which exists or will exist in other territories of CARICOM. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the bill, and I want to encourage those on the other side who may speak after me to do so likewise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Minister Ben, the Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And what are the words the Attorney General put in my mouth? Unqualified and unreserved support for the bill. But just in the elaboration of the context, this of course comes in view of the fact that we would be having the RSS, be having a set of legislation, a slew of legislation, as the learned Attorney General indicated. We have to have what is called supporting legislation for the institution, let's say the RSS, or even the police force, individual police force of the various territory, to expedite the process of arrest of persons who are charged or convicted of extraditable offenses. Mr. Speaker, what we had before as the regime was what was called extradition under the Fugitive Offenders Act. And there you had to go through a set of processes for purposes of ensuring that the requesting state, whether it is Trinidad or America, send down a set of documents that has to go through the magistrate's court, and there can be almost a little trial at the magistrate's court. But even prior to that, it has to go through the Minister of Public Security, Home Affairs, now, and a whole set of processes are put into place before you can send that person across based on the evidence that was presented. And of course, the person has due process to the extent that they could then go to the High Court for habeas corpus proceedings, which is a form of appeal against the magistrate's order for purposes of sending him abroad for the allegation that was stated by that relevant competent authority overseas. What this does is to tighten up the process to the extent of making it far more efficient and, in my view, expeditious for purposes of ensuring that persons in Guyana who are wanted in Trinidad, or persons in Trinidad who are wanted in Guyana, for the competent authority to start the action very quickly via, first of all, the High Court, then the Magistrate Court after the person is detained. And so some of the excesses of an extradition and the frills of it are cut out here for at least that regional system or the regional body called CARICOM. So it efficientizes the process, and it is my view that it is necessary. And what is very important here, Mr. Speaker, is the fact, they like the word, what it does, and I admire that aspect of it, because I can't recall, is the due process that is also in it that is similar to what the extradition process has. Because there was a time when persons in the CARICOM were talking about, well, you know, if a government of the CARICOM say, well, he's charged for robbing a bank in Jamaica and so on, we just do what is called a rendition. Send him back. Send him back. Because look, the Jamaicans have asked us for Mr. X. Mr. X committed, they are saying, a bank robbery. I don't know what you're doing in Guyana. Send him back. No, that's not the process. The process is that there are some human rights that have to be done and seen through. And of course, when that is seen through, then you can surrender him to the CARICOM state that had issued the request. It is going to simplify things, at least for member states, because this will not apply to any other country, just the CARICOM. But a number of crimes have been committed within CARICOM countries by CARICOM citizens, and so the extent of this then, although it is not as broad as the extradition treaty, will give some efficacy to our surrendering those who are requested by other territories, but also surrender unto us when we make our competent authority ask for those who have done wrong and are required under the judicial processes of Guyana, or even if they break out from prison and they've gone to Trinidad or so, you can get them as convicted felons to come back to Guyana, arrested in Trinidad and brought here. It is a necessary addendum to all the legislation that CARICOM is now getting certain member states passed in their various municipal legislatures, and I support it fully. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan. The Honorable Member, Mr. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not certain what's happening here.
She indicated to me she would like to speak.
Yeah, but
And I have to recognize the honorable members.
I share with you an amendment to the speaker's list.
Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Mr. Speaker, we will proceed. Ms. Chandan Edmond is not speaking on this bill.
Honorable Member, the
Mr.
standing
Speaker,
order
Mr.
says,
Speaker.
Honorable Member, the standing order says, the Speaker
Gita?
can go by a list or if he catches the eye of the person. She indicated to me she would like to speak. I invite her to speak. Thank you.
Gita?
Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this House, fellow Guyanese, I rise today not only as a legislator, not only as a voice for the people who demand safety, justice, and security, both from within our borders and across our regions, but also as a former member of the judiciary. I stand in full and with unwavering support for the CARICOM Arrest Bill, a legislative measure that seeks to give life to the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, a treaty signed with regional foresight and one that now demands implementation with urgency and resolve. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not a mere legislative formality. It is a declaration that Guyana will not be a soft target, that criminals will no longer evade justice by crossing a border, that the Caribbean is ready to confront modern transnational crime with cohesion, unity, and the seriousness that it demands. This legislation represents a profound step forward in regional security cooperation, ensuring that justice is neither delayed nor denied by artificial barriers of geography. Mr. Speaker, the CARICOM Arrest Bill, it provides a modern legal framework to facilitate the swift arrest and surrender of individuals wanted for serious criminal offenses within CARICOM states. This is not an abstraction. It is an essential instrument of justice, empowering our law enforcement agencies to act collectively against those who exploit borders to escape accountability. This legislation represents a significant step towards enhancing regional cooperation and ensuring that justice is served effectively across our borders. As we embark on this debate, I urge us all to consider the implications of this bill and the benefits that it will bring to our people and our region as a whole. The CARICOM Arrest Bill aims to facilitate the arrest and the extradition of individuals wanted for a range of criminal offenses committed in one CARICOM state and who may be found in another. This is not merely a legal formality. It is an essential tool that empowers our law enforcement agencies to work together, ensuring that criminals cannot evade justice simply by crossing borders. In an era where crime knows no boundary, this bill is a necessary response to the realities that we face. Mr. Speaker, we are all familiar with the reality. Criminals do not recognize borders, yet too often our justice systems are forced. Today, a violent offender fleeing from Georgetown to St. Lucia would trigger a laborious, complex extradition process, one vulnerable to delay, non-cooperation, and procedural obstacles. And we can all recall the case of Marcus Bistram, extradited from the United States. That process spanned almost 3 years. If such delays occur between major partners like Guyana and the United States, imagine the obstacles within our own CARICOM family without streamlined cooperation. Contrast this, Mr. Speaker, with the European Union's experience under the European Arrest Warrant. Since 2004, surrender times have dropped from 9 months to an average of just 16 days, Mr. Attorney General. The European Arrest Warrant has transformed how member states within the European Union approach extradition. It has simplified procedures, reduced delays, and ultimately increased the number of successful prosecutions. Countries have witnessed firsthand the benefits of working together to combat cross-border crime. The results are real, they're tangible, and they're transformative. We in the CARICOM and the Caribbean should aspire for no less. The CARICOM Arrest Bill has the potential to yield similar results for our region. It enables a warrant issued by a Guyanese magistrate or judge to be executed in another participating CARICOM country. Similarly, Guyana will be able to honor arrest warrants from our CARICOM neighbors, provided that due process is observed. This is not wild or a risky innovation. This is a modern, legal, and carefully calibrated process, one that has already proven its effectiveness in the European Union under the European Arrest Warrant system. What will this bill achieve? This bill introduces a seamless process. A warrant issued by a Guyanese judicial officer will be executed across CARICOM. Likewise, Guyana will honor warrants issued by our CARICOM partners subject to due process. Thus, Mr. Speaker, this is why I said earlier that it is a careful, calibrated, tested model rooted in legal prudence and operational success elsewhere. Are we not confronting the same scourges of gang violence, drug trafficking, human smuggling, white-collar crimes? Then why should we settle for less than the best practices already proven effective across the globe? Mr. Speaker, the legal foundation of this bill is robust and defensible. It aligns with Article 153 of our Constitution. It modernizes our extradition procedures under the Fugitive Offenders Act. It fulfills our obligation under Article 39 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. This bill strengthens our legal architecture. It fortifies and strengthens the rights and liberties of our citizens. I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that some of us may have questions on sovereignty. Sovereignty is not eroded by cooperation. It is enhanced when we strengthen our ability to protect our people. This bill places Guyanese judges in control. We are not ceding power. We are exercising it strategically. On abuse of power, we may question. No law is immune to potential misuse, but safeguards exist in this bill. And the thing is, in this bill here, only judicial authorities, and it's not the politicians, can issue the warrants. So due process remains sacrosanct, and I believe this may be a cause or a worry for concern on some. On judicial capacity, our judiciary has long contributed to regional jurisprudence and leadership, and we must reject any narrative that questions our readiness or professionalism. And some may argue that some legislation could infringe on individual rights or lead to the wrongful arrest of innocent people. And while this may very well be valid concern, let us remember that the CARICOM arrest bill, as we've heard from the presenter of the bill, it includes safeguards to protect individual rights. It establishes clear guidelines for the types of offenses that warrant extradition and set forth a process that ensures due process is upheld. This is not a bill that seeks to undermine our justice system, but to rather enhance it by ensuring that those who commit serious offenses face consequences, regardless of where they attempt to hide. And some of us in this House may claim that our legal system is not ready. But I'll say to you, Mr. Speaker, that our courts are competent, our judiciary is capable, and our legal profession is one of the most respected in the Caribbean. Are we to suggest that Guyana, with its decades of legal tradition and leadership in regional jurisprudence, is not ready to enforce a treaty our own leaders helped to design? And I think we all can answer for that. Let us consider the immediate benefits. An armed trafficker from Suriname found in Berbice could swiftly be surrendered. A human trafficker operating from Port of Spain and Bartica could be arrested without delay. A white-collar criminal fleeing Georgetown from St. Vincent could swiftly be returned to face justice. So what we must recognize is that CARICOM was not envisioned not merely as an economic union, but as a community, a shared security space bound by common values and mutual responsibility. And this bill here, we all must acknowledge that it is a vital step towards fulfilling that vision. We must not legislate out of fear of imagined abuses, but from the practical needs of governance and justice. The real threat is not in collaboration, it is in complacency. Mr. Speaker, the threats we face, they grow sophisticated each day, and we cannot afford hesitation. We must act with conviction and courage, and we must be bold. And we all in this House who are present here tonight, we must send a resounding message to every would-be criminal, to every regional partner, that Guyana is not a loophole. We are a leader. And I ask all of you in this House to support this bill. Support justice, support regional security, support the safety and the dignity of the Guyanese people. And I ask all of you tonight to be nationalistic and to put Guyana first. Before I take my leave, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you permit me to say a few words. First, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to former President David Granger for the confidence he has placed in me. It was truly an honor, a privilege of the highest order to serve in this nation as a member of Parliament. It has been a journey filled with challenges, yes, but also one of deep personal and national growth. To my family, my friends, and supporters, I thank you. Your faith in me, your encouragement, and your unwavering love give me strength, and I am forever and possibly eternally grateful. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is my home. I love this land deeply. And as I said in my budget presentation this year, I will always bat for Guyana. I will always stand for what is right. This is not just political, it is personal. It is rooted in my upbringing, my faith, and my conscience. Guyana, my homeland, commands my deepest affection and allegiance. My commitment to its prosperity and integrity is unwavering, a resolve shaped by my heritage, my family, my faith, and the voice of my conscience. This commitment transcends political loyalties. It is, at its core, very personal. Like many of you, I am a parent, and like many of you in this house and many of you out of this house, I dream of a transformational Guyana, a nation where every child, regardless of your birthplace or background, has access to the best of education, best of health care, and the best of opportunities. I want a Guyana where our children rise not only as national leaders, but as proud global citizens, carrying the golden arrowhead with dignity. I want a Guyana that delivers for everyone, not just for our sons and daughters, but for our brothers and sisters, our parents and grandparents. So how do we get there, Mr. Speaker? Last Saturday, I sat for my Nani's memorial Hawan, and as the Pandit chanted the mantras, I took a moment of quiet reflection, and I had a dialogue with my conscience. Sometimes clarity doesn't come from noise, it comes from silence, exactly what we're witnessing tonight. In that silence, Mr. Speaker, my conscience spoke louder than any voice. Not one voice, not a single voice rose in condemnation when I was attacked with vile, racist, and derogatory words simply because I stood for what I believed in, a national budget that will bring tangible and real benefits to the people. And so yes, for those of you who were in doubt, without hesitation today, I say to you that yes, I supported the budget positive measures. And I did so with a clear conscience and full conviction in the transformational path this government has laid before us. Mr. Speaker, this is not about politics, it's about conscience. It is about country, it is about character, and it is also about saying no to bullies. And you've all witnessed that tonight. There was an attempt to silence me tonight. During my Nani's memorial Hawan, I questioned, where is the maturity? Where is the compromise for the greater good of our dear land, Guyana? When this government brought forward a motion to stand united against Venezuela's unlawful threats to our sovereignty, that was a moment of national reckoning. A moment when every one of the 65 elected members of this House should have stood together. And what did the opposition do? I was part of it. We chose silence, we walked out, we chose politics over patriotism. It was not only disappointing, it was also disgraceful. It was, in every sense, a betrayal of our sacred duty. I regret, sincerely, I regret walking out on that motion. I should have stood with Guyana, and for that, I apologize. And to every one of you and to every Guyanese, I apologize for every sin, every ill I have committed knowingly and unknowingly. And that's a teaching of my Vedic scriptures. While President Ali was defending our sovereignty, rallying international support, and standing tall for our Guyanese, the opposition faltered. So let the record reflect tonight. I stand proudly with President Irfan Ali. I stand with his leadership. I stand with his vision. And I stand with his steadfast commitment to this country. And I say to every one of you in this house and out of this house that President Ali has earned a second term and Guyana deserves nothing less. Under his leadership, we are witnessing real change, investment in people, bold infrastructure, social upliftment, and a renewed sense of national pride. And so I fully and unapologetically endorse President Irfan Ali for a second term. Because the work is not done, the transformation is still underway. And I believe with continuity and unity, Guyana will not just rise, we will lead. We will lead. And as I take my leave from this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, I do so with hope. Hope for a brighter, more inclusive, and more united Guyana. And I know some of you, some of them have left. But whoever is remaining, y'all will cuss me out, y'all will abuse me out, y'all will call me all sorts of names, and I stood tall and firm when I was called a slave catcher. Not a single one of them stood and condemned me when I was called a slave catcher, and I hold that very personal. But let me tell every one of you in this house, and those of you out of this house, and those of you who are hiding behind your keyboard, let me tell you this here very proudly. I am a product of the sugar plantation. I am a child of Chesney Albion. We just don't survive. We rise. We are strong and we are resilient. So yes, my back is broad. Literally, it is broad. My chest is strong and I'm ready to rumble because I believe in a Guyana where leadership shows up. Not just for the applause, but for impact. I believe in leadership that doesn't appear when the cameras are off. And this is a story for another time. Another time I'll tell you what President Ali did when the cameras were off. Maybe I could give you a little bit. When the government, the APNU government, I'm going off script here. When the government, the APNU government had meetings with the dead leader of the opposition, VP Barajaglio. There was the government team, and then there was the opposition team. There were no cameras. It was myself and 2 other administrative staff. And usually we judge people how they act and how they pontificate. There were absolutely no cameras. It was the 2 teams, and it was myself and 2 other administrative staff. And I'll say this to you tonight. This was something I was hoping to share at a later stage. We all know the VP, who he is, so I'm not going to speak much about him because we know who he is. But the current president, he held his ground. He fought for the sugar workers. And not one of you will know about that unless you were part of that delegation. The cameras were off, so there was no need for him to pontificate. And the reports that was given to him by the then minister holder, he used that same report and he argued against the closure of those sugar estates. And that is something that I held very close and very dear to my heart. So when I say that when the leadership that shows up for when the cameras are off, this is what I'm talking about. And I'm going to elaborate more on this. So I stand here today unshaken and unafraid. And I say very proudly that I stand with President Ali, because when the choice is between progress and pettiness, between development and dysfunction, between loudness and leadership, I will always choose Guyana. Today, I say no to silence, no to bullies, no to division. I didn't expect to be silenced today. I wasn't even sure if I was going to do this on the floor today. And I say absolutely no to pettiness, because I've seen the pettiness to someone who's very dear to my heart, the late Amna Ali. And today I stand here and I say resolutely, I say yes to peace, I say yes to progress, I say yes to prosperity. So if it wasn't very clear during my budget speech, I'm making it very clear now. And I say yes to leadership that serves all. And yes, President Ali, with the Vice President Barjagyu, they're the leaders to take us forward. Mr. Speaker, and let me thank you personally. You could have chosen politics, but you chose empathy. You ruled with compassion. You ruled with empathy. And that is something I will never forget. You stood as a father figure when I needed one. And you know what I'm referring to. And to all Guyanese, I say to you, I've fought my demons. I've risen above my struggle. And I stand here today strong, unbreakable, and undefeated. Why? Because I am a product of the sugar plantation. I thank you all.
Honorable Member and Attorney General, Mr. Mahavir Anil Nandalang. Sorry, my list has Kemraj. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan. Sorry. Anil, go ahead. Anil, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are very, very few occasions that I am to take a microphone when I have nothing to say. Very few occasions have I been met with a situation that I can't do better than, that I am lost for words. So, Honorable Member, on behalf of this side, on behalf of the people of Guyana, we accept your apologies and we are grateful and happy for your endorsement of President Ali. And as I began the speech this morning, the hemorrhage is continuing. The wounds continue to gush. Little did I know that I was so accurate in my earlier sentiments. Mr. Speaker, the bill that is before us, as important as it is, has been overtaken by the last few minutes. But let us refocus. The bill, Mr. Speaker, has received the unanimous support of the House, and I want to thank all the members on the opposition side for expressing their unqualified and unreserved support. I want to thank all the members on this side who have spoken on the bill and who have endorsed the bill with their solid support. And I respectfully invite you, sir, for us to read the bill for a second time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. Honorable members, I now put a question that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025.
Honorable members, we will now reserve ourselves at the committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025, has 39 clauses and 2 schedules. and I propose the question that the clauses and the schedules form part of the bill. I now put the question that the 39 clauses and 2 schedules of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025, that the clauses now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Mahavir Anil Nandlal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to report that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025, was considered in committee, clause by clause, and was passed without amendments. I move that the bill be now read the third time and passed as printed.
Honorable members, the question is that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025, be read a third time and pass as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the third time.
CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2025, Bill number 6 of 2025.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the second reading of the International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention, Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024, first published on November 21, 2024. Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I move into the bill, I would just like to welcome Honorable Member Ms. Geeta Chandan home and to say to you, well said, well done, and Guyana is always first. And no bullies here. We respect women. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the International Measures for the Protection of Children, the Hague Convention Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024, be read, and I recommend this bill to the House. It is an important piece of legislation, and it forms part of a suite of measures that the government of Guyana would have definitely supported, ensuring that as a country we are in compliance with the Hague Convention. And this is a significant stride in Guyana's global commitment to child welfare. The incorporation of the International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention, Bill 2024, into our national legislative framework is a very positive step in the right direction and speaks to our commitment as a country, as a government, to the protection of children. This bill is a vital instrument for the protection of children, and it ensures that their rights are upheld, their safety and well-being are upheld not only in a national context, but across borders. In the complex realm of international legal proceedings, the Hague Convention stands as a beacon of light. It was formed in the aftermath of World War II, and it is indicative of international legal cooperation. And what it has done is united 83 countries across the guiding principles. And these are 83 member countries now of the Hague Convention. This convention speaks to harmonization. And what is it harmonizing? Diverse legal systems that exist across these countries. And it fosters seamless, diverse collaboration across borders for international service of process. And the key thing in all of this is that it reduces bureaucracy. And it is, I believe, a landmark thing when a country could get to this stage where the legislation is passed at the National Assembly, and I have no doubt that this will be supported. On December 1st, 2019, the Hague Convention of the 19th of October 1996 on jurisdiction, applicable law, recognition, enforcement, and cooperation in respect of parental responsibilities and measures for the protection of children, which we loosely refer to as the Child Protection Convention, entered into force for Guyana following the deposit of its instrument of accession. Guyana, however, in addition to this, is party to 4 other Hague Conventions. This commitment that we are making this evening speaks to the seriousness and the firmness that we have when we refer to protection of children. And every day we work assiduously to deliver through the Child Care and Protection Agency, which was birthed with the enactment of the Protection of Children Act of 2000 in Guyana to protect the children of Guyana. It was and is a robust piece of legislation for which we established for the first time a framework aimed at safeguarding the rights and welfare of children. Rights of the child, rights of children. It emphasizes the recognition of children's rights as per Convention on the Rights of the Child, ensuring that the best interests of the child will always be the primary consideration in all actions concerning them. It provides for the protection and welfare of children, including vulnerable groups, such as those who are abused or neglected. It establishes mechanisms for reporting and responding to cases of child abuse and neglect. Established the Child Protection Agency, which is responsible for coordinating child protection efforts, manages cases, and provides support services and grants powers to the authorities to intervene in situations where children's safety and well-being are at risk, allowing to the immediate response to allegations of abuse. This act also includes provisions relevant to the adoption and foster care processes, ensuring that they're conducted in a manner that prioritizes the best interests of children. That's the Child Protection Act of 2009. When that piece of legislation took birth, it provided a comprehensive legal framework to promote children's rights, promote their welfare as well, and address the urgent need for coordinated child protection.
Honorable Minister, I'll have to ask for a suspension. I don't want you to be making a motion without a quorum. Honorable members, let's take a 5-minute suspension and re-invite the Honorable Minister.
Speaker.
Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security, Dr. Vindhya Prasad.
Mr. Speaker, as I continue on the bill that speaks to the protection of children across borders, an important bill, which I would have loved to see more people on that side, but that might be a challenge going forward. We take another vital step with this bill against the growing challenge posed by globalization and increased international mobility, which over time would have led to a more complex family. And in that, difficult situations, and most of these situations tend to involve children. It directly imparts on the welfare of children who may become the center of complex parental or guardian relationships to ensure at all times their welfare, safety, and protection are paramount across borders. It also impresses upon their parents, importantly so, that they have responsibilities to the children, whether or not their relationship might be in trouble. And so the purpose of the bill today is to give the Hague Convention on jurisdiction, applicable law, recognition, enforcement, and cooperation in respect of parental responsibility and measures for the protection of children, the force of law in Guyana. The Child Protection Convention enables competent authorities to protect children and cooperate in a varied range of cross-border situations, offering every state practical means to fulfill international obligations arising under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Mr. Speaker, the convention that I just mentioned, often referred to as the Hague Convention on Child Protection, was signed on October 19, 1996. And over time, we would have seen the enhanced international cooperation in matters involving parental responsibility, protection of children, especially when borders are involved, and you call them cross-border situations, where children's custody and their care arise. The convention is a multilateral treaty, and it covers a broad range of civil measures to protect children in cross-border situations. The convention as such provides uniform rules that prevent conflicting decisions, enable cross-border cooperation between authorities, and secure the recognition and enforcement of measures across contracting parties. What does this convention do? What are we really trying to achieve? It establishes the applicable law in international children protection cases, and what is very much embedded in the entire convention is the need for consistency and fairness in all the legal proceedings. Standardization is pivotal in this process. The convention will have and has clear guidelines for determining which countries' courts have jurisdiction over matters of parental responsibility and child protection. This standardization reduces conflicts and confusion that often arise in international cases. Practically, Mr. Speaker, many persons move across countries, across borders, and from time to time, relationships are jeopardized. And from time to time, in these troubled relationships, children are involved. So at all times, to protect the interest of these children, this law will take precedence, except in a few cases where the national law will take preeminence. The convention fosters improved collaboration among member states, leading to more effective communication and coordination in protecting children's rights across borders, having timely responses to child protection issues to ensure the children's best interests are prioritized and that protective measures are effectively implemented. It facilitates the recognition and enforcement of parental responsibilities, and the decisions made in one country by courts in another, that decision stands, and it helps to ensure that protective measures are upheld regardless of jurisdiction. It prioritizes the best interests of the child in all proceedings, and it encourages countries to adopt child-centric approaches in their legal systems, promoting a more protective environment for vulnerable children. In addition to the protective measures, I would like to think the most important and fundamental aspect of this piece of legislation is the harmonization of laws and procedures concerning child custody and visitation rights. This is instrumental in reducing conflicts between parents residing in different countries and also legal and legislative conflicts across countries. Studies would have shown over the time of the Hague Convention and this facet of it that the number of prolonged custody battles would have decreased significantly, leading to more stable environments for children, which is what we want. The other big aspect is that the convention encourages the integration of child welfare perspectives into judicial and administrative processes, ensuring that the best interests of the child are always paramount. This aligns with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Today, right here in the National Assembly, this bill reinforces our commitment to upholding children's rights as a fundamental priority. The bill on the international measures on the protection of children will ensure that the convention, which has all the contracting parties in the schedule, shall have the force of the law. And it covers children from the time of birth to 18 years old. It applies a wide range of civil measures for the protection of children and also their property, ranging from orders concerning parental responsibility and contact to public measures of protection and care, as well as to matters of representation to the protection of children's property. The bill is so configured that Part 1 of the bill, Clause 3, that gives the convention the force of the law. Part 2 of the bill speaks to the establishment of the Central Authority of Guyana. However, because prior to this bill, I had already brought the Hague Convention aspect on establishment of a central authority to allow cross-country adoption, that existing central authority will be the central authority where the establishment of all the measures will be placed. It implies then that the existing central authority is the competent authority of a convention country, and it has the responsibility or authority under law in the force of the convention country, which would be us, to take or make decisions about a foreign measure relating to children. In accordance with Chapter 5 of the Convention, the central authority, thereafter the passage of this piece of legislation, shall cooperate with other central authorities and competent authorities of convention countries to achieve the purpose of conventions. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, even as we are doing this tonight here, there would have been persons writing already to us looking for this kind of resolution to issues that would already be occurring in their own lives. To implement this legislation, we will make the provision that the existing central authority have multiple functions. Part 3 deals with jurisdiction and applicable law. It extensively addresses Chapter 2 of the Convention. What does that do? Chapter 2 deals with jurisdiction, and two areas I want to highlight would be Clause 5, which makes provision for the High Court to exercise its jurisdiction under the Convention to take measures directed to the protection of children. Clause 6 specifies that the court applies the laws of Guyana in exercising jurisdiction, and while this is so, 6.2 provides that in exceptional circumstances, the law of another country where that child and that child's property are substantially connected, that law may be taken into account. One of the key aspects referred to in Chapter 2 is the habitual residence of the child. The habitual residence of the child will take precedence in all decisions by the said court, insomuch that the contracting state's judicial or administrative authorities in the place of that habitual residence will have the jurisdiction to take measures. This is also reinforced in Article 7, which refers to possible change in residence. Conventionally, this practice holds whether for refugee children or those that may be internationally displaced because of disturbance in their home country. Article 7 is also very, very crucial, especially because children may be wrongfully removed or they may be kept by either of their caregivers, or they may be caught in the middle of divorce proceedings. And in those cases, the authorities of the contracting state in which the child was habitually resident immediately before the removal or retention keep their jurisdiction until and if the child acquires a habitual residence in another state. However, in all of these matters, custody orders will be upheld as each person or institution having custody rights shall acquiesce to the removal or retention of the child. There are many, many other special and specific circumstances which will guide the right of jurisdiction. And we have to look at cases where removal or retention of children can be considered wrong. It is in breach of rights of custody attributed to a person, an institution, or any other body, either jointly or alone, under the law of state in which the child was habitually resident immediately before the removal or retention, so long as the authorities mentioned initially keep their jurisdiction. The authorities of the contracting state to which a child has been removed or in which he or she is being retained can take only such urgent measures under Article 11 as are necessary, whether in the protection of the person or the property of the child. Mr. Speaker, as one peruses the entire piece of legislation clearly defined and explained in the memorandum, one will see that they are defined parameters, and all of them at all times ensure that the welfare, the rights, the protection, the safety, the security of the child and the property remain central to whatever proceedings happen in court. And the jurisdiction provided for by paragraph 1 to take measures of the protection of children ceases as soon as the decision allowing or refusing the application for divorce, legal separation, or annulment of the marriage has become final, or the proceedings have come to an end for another reason. The bill is pertinent in so many practical life situations because people move. People are constantly moving from one country to another, and many times relationships may not survive and they will have very difficult custody battles. So intrinsic to the bill will always be the interest of the child. Mr. Speaker, as I continue on looking at this bill and what it can do, equally so, I must conclude what I'm saying by saying what it cannot do, what it does not relate to. It must be pointed out that this bill does not apply to the establishment or contesting of a parent-child relationship. Decisions on adoption, measures preparatory to adoption, or the annulment or revocation of adoption. We already have such a piece of legislation. It does not apply to maintenance obligations. There's another such piece of legislation to come to the National Assembly. It also does not apply to social security, and it does not apply to public measures of a general nature in matters of education or health. Measures taken as a result of penal offenses committed by children. I must underline, though, that clauses 2 and 5 under Part 3 reemphasizes the nature and urgency that jurisdiction change may be exercised. In any case of urgency, the jurisdiction of the court may be exercised where the court is of the opinion that the best interests of the child concerned require that the jurisdiction be so exercised. In any case not provided for by the foregoing provisions of this section, the jurisdiction of the court under the convention may be exercised. For the purposes of Article 35(2) of the convention, a parent residing in Guyana may make an application to the court for obtaining or maintaining access to his or her child when that child does not habitually reside in Guyana. The court will then decide on the suitability of the person to exercise access and also the conditions under which that access must be granted. Clause 7 of Part 4 provides for the manner in which the High Court is to exercise jurisdiction and the recognition and enforcement of a measure taken in another country. Mr. Speaker, we must recognize that this bill is a new addition to the legislative landscape, and there is a transitional provision which caters for that, and that is embodied in Clause 16. Nothing in this act shall affect any proceedings which were instituted before the commencement of any provision of this act and relate to measures within the scope of the convention. The schedule which follows lays out the articles and the scope of the convention contained within the bill. And if we have that unanimous support for the bill, it will place it as the second in a series of 4 pieces of legislation which carry the weight of the Hague Convention, which is premised on the protection of children. Mr. Speaker, in the ever-shrinking world in which we live in today, where legal actions transcend borders with increasing frequency because of the constant fluidity of movement of families, many of those comprised of children, the Hague Convention stands as a cornerstone of international legal diplomacy It continues to evolve as a significant pillar of collaboration, binding nations together under a shared commitment to due process and mutual judicial assistance. Its significance could never be overstated, as it paves the way for efficient and effective cross-border legal communication, harmonizing of legal system, and it safeguards the principles of justice on a global scale in the interest of children, maintaining their rights, welfare, safety, and security across border. I ask that this bill receive unanimous support because of its impactful nature and as part of our collective responsibility in this House to protect children as a nation. As legislators, it falls to us to deliver on this responsibility, and I ask that you support this bill and that the convention be given the force of law, and this piece of legislation advances that thought. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me thank you for making that excellent presentation to our GULAC on this same issue recently. Honorable Member, Dr. Karen Cummings.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise not just as a member of Parliament, not just as a mother or a patriot, but as a voice for the voiceless, our children. I stand in the front of this podium not just to speak on behalf of the populace, but to sound the alarm that our children are under siege and silence is no longer an option. Guyana is at a crossroads, moral, legal, and social crossroads. And we therefore are summoned to answer one fundamental question. Will we fight for our children or will we fail them? Bill number 15 of 2024, International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill, is not just another item on today's order paper. It is a moral document. It is a global commitment. It is a legislative shield for the most vulnerable among us. Today, we on this side of the divide support Bill number 15 of 2024. But more than that, we champion a movement to protect, to prioritize, and to empower our children with justice, love, and law. You know, the good book says in Psalms 127:3, as I quote, "Lo, children are heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward." The APNU-AFC Coalition's legacy. Mr. Speaker, this bill could be deemed the APNU-AFC's coalition legacy. Why? Because it has its genesis during the Granger-led government and tenure in office, where the roots of this reform were laid and the groundwork for the legal architecture was put in place to allow for comprehensive child protection and family law. In fact, it was during the Hague Convention conference hosted under the aegis of the Ministry of Legal Affairs under the former Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Mr. Basil Williams, SC, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, in July 2016, that a clearer understanding of the issues that affect children in Guyana and worldwide had come to the forefront. We tackled the harsh realities of abduction, abuse, and exploitation head-on. The issues discussed at the said conference included concerns that dealt with unaccompanied children who migrated from Syria to Europe, and the number of children from Guyana, Suriname, Haiti, Mexico, who may have been abducted in the form of adoptions. The said meeting covered the three areas, namely international law, including international family and child protection law, transnational litigation and apostille, international commercial and financial law. So, Mr. Speaker, we didn't just participate, we led. We were not just present at the conference, we were pioneers. And we have already passed the Status of the Children Act, Children Protection Act, Adoption with Children Act, Sexual Offences Act, Custody and Guardianship Act. Mr. Speaker, it is an open secret that children and adolescents belong to a group of special concern. With the leading causes of death among male adolescents and youth in Latin America and the Caribbean being intentional homicide, which is followed by road traffic accidents and suicide, would mean that the gains achieved in early childhood survival rates through public policies to protect children would be wiped out. According to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights Report 2015, Mr. Speaker, the members of this vulnerable group, according to them quoting, are exposed to 1, abuse or violence within the family, at school or in their community, which is either perpetrated either by adults or their peers. 2, a lack of family care and support from state institutions. 3, the inability to enjoy their right to quality education in a protective setting that offers them a chance to develop their full potential, whereas some youth would give up studying altogether. And 4, stigma and discrimination based on their socioeconomic status and origin. Mr. Speaker, it has been brought to my attention that there are adolescents who are involved in activities and events which can be characterized and categorized as social dangers. Mr. Speaker, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights 2015 further reports that girls are affected differently than boys. So while boys are used for drug trafficking and dealing, robbery, extortion, and violent activities, girls are generally victims of sexual and gender-based violence. Does it sound familiar? The adolescent members of the weaker sex are forced to have sex with members of criminal groups. They are sexually abused, trafficked, and exploited. And it is noted that this target population falls prey to pressures, threats, and trickery to get them to join these organizations. Hence, it behoves us, policymakers, stakeholders, and civil society to pay attention also to the number of unaccompanied migrant families and their children in this regard. The grave truth unmasking the crisis. Childhood should be safe, not strategic. Innocence should be protected, not politicized. Our region is bleeding from an invisible wound. The abandonment of our children's safety. The UNESCO Institute for Statistics in 2022, as well as the multiple indicator cluster survey, we call it the mixed survey, 2019-2020, have indicated that 10.1% of children between ages 5 to 14 are working, some in mines and some in brothels. 18.5% must work and study simultaneously. Too many lose the battle and drop out. Girls are traded like currency in the dark corners of our cities. Boys are recruited as drug runners, gun bearers, and lookouts for criminal empires. This isn't fiction. This is Guyana's quiet emergency. It is time we stop sweeping these horrors under the rug and start shining the spotlight of accountability. The promise of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the contents of this bill indicate a child's legal lifeline. The A Convention bill is comprehensive as it is powerful. The law must not just exist on paper, it must reach into the playground, the classroom, the orphanage, and the police station. The Hague Convention bill does just that. It's not just a legal jargon, it's an international safety net for our children, binding us to global standards of parental responsibility and enforcement across borders, transnational justice for abducted and exploited children, and as I reiterate, recognition and enforcement of child protection measures in every signatory country, including the USA, UK, Canada, France. And with this bill, Guyana says that our children are not alone. We stand with the world to protect them. What are the stumbling blocks? Where are we falling short, Mr. Speaker? What good is a moral compass if we refuse to follow it? Despite the bills, despite the headlines, despite the speeches, too many cracks remain. Children still work night shifts in dangerous industries. Laws still fail to fully punish sexual exploitation of minors. Prosecution drags while victims suffer in silence. Remote regions lack transport, personnel, and oversight. We cannot continue to say we are doing enough while children are trafficked in the shadows. Mr. Speaker, USA Department of Labor, more specifically the Bureau of International Labor Affairs 2023, has reported that the minimum age for work is 50 years and meets international standard according to sections 2 and 3 and part 2, article 2 of the Employment of Young Persons and Children Act, article 17 to 22 of the Education Act. But Guyana still does not meet international standards for the prohibition of hazardous work because it allows children ages 16 to 17 to conduct night work in industrial activities. This information is well noted in Part 1, Article 2, Part 2, Article 3 of the Employment of Young Persons and Children Act, Article 17, 41, 46, and 75 of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, and where it is evident that Guyana has not met international standards. Now, looking at the bill under consideration, the Children's Aid Convention, Part 1 of this bill defines the scope, protecting children from birth to 18. Article 2 indicates that, informs us that while the period of adolescence considers the biological, physical, or should I say psychological, sexual, and social development in the lives of children between the age of 10 to 18, this convention applies to children from the moment of their birth until they reach the age of 18 years. Part 2, Section 4 speaks to the Central Authority of Guyana to cooperate globally. So while the minister plays a significant role of establishing this authority, it is essential that adequate scope of work be given to the Central Authority, as it is called to cooperate with other central authorities who may be supervised by the contracting state and from other countries. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, countries such as the United States of America and Canada in 2023, after abolishing the requirement of legislation for foreign public documents, Canada agreed to be part of this, and the European countries such as Netherlands, Belgium, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom all want to realize the SMART goals set out in this convention. Mr. Speaker, Article 8 of the convention states that the authority of another contracting state would be better in some cases to assess and evaluate the best attention and care that suits the child. Hence, difficulties can be resolved, and receiving and the transmission of applications, the handling of requests in a timely manner, be it for the adoption or information on abduction from the accrediting agency, can be achieved. Mr. Speaker, Part 3 gives our High Court jurisdiction over parental responsibility and child access. Clause 5 speaks to the choice of court and the role of the High Court in determining whether a person is or not suitable to exercise access to the child. This clause also makes provision for the protection of children, as the High Court has that right to exercise its jurisdiction under the Convention. Part 4 enforces protection orders from any signatory country, be it Canada, France, the UK, or the USA. Mr. Speaker, Clause 7 deals with the recognition and enforcement of measures. Hence, a measure which is taken by a signatory country is expected to be accepted by all other signatory countries. Therefore, it is expected that the correct law be applied when exercising jurisdiction to protect a child or his or her property, or when employing the law to parental responsibility. And similarly, Mr. Speaker, under Clause 8, it is noted that protection measures should not only be recognized, but be enforced in the signatory countries, including Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Part 5 has 8 clauses, from Clause 9 to 16. It considers miscellaneous conditions. It provides procedural clarity, from document handling to evidence rules. This part deals with and considers everything from the issuance of certain documents to the High Court to the provision of evidence in the court proceedings for the purpose of the convention, so as to allow the Rules Committee to make rules to give effect to the provision of the Act under Section 67 of the High Court. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I quote from the former President of Guyana, retired Brigadier David Arthur Granger, that says, "A good life is about the protection and respecting the rights of children, protecting them from abuse, and providing greater opportunities for them to have successful lives. The child that is hungry must be fed. The child that is sick must be nursed. Such change must take place at the level of the family, the community level, the state level, and with support from law-abiding citizens." In other words, the President summed it up nicely when he noted that the child must be first to receive relief in times of distress. The child must be brought up in the consciousness that his or her talents must be devoted to the service of fellow men. Mr. Speaker, what's the way forward? There must be a vision of radical care. Mr. Speaker, this government had 4 years to pass this bill and did nothing. They waited until Parliament is on the verge of prorogation, with elections about 89 days away, to parade this bill as if it were a grand idea. That is not governance. That is ruthless opportunism. This is tantamount to a transition from bill to betrayal. Mr. Speaker, we support the bill, but we reject the record of this government. You cannot pass a bill to protect children and at the same time ignore the cries of working children in mines, the flight of girls trafficked in dark corners, and the silence of boys pulled into criminal gangs. This government wants applause, but they deserve accountability. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, a few points. 4 years of inaction, 1 month of pretending. This bill was shelved, ignored, and left to rot while children suffered. I'm debating, The government side is pretending to care because elections are weeks away. But you cannot fix 4 years of abandonment with 4 weeks of theatrics. Mr. Speaker, number 2, ruthless governance over responsible leadership. This government has mastered the art of encircling and enriching friends, favoring family, and punishing the poor, all while hiding behind expensive PR campaigns and borrowed promises. They govern like rulers, not servants. This is ruthless governance, not public service. Number 3, children in brothels, Mr. Speaker, while ministers build mansions. While our children are exploited in hinterlands, mines, and city alleys, it appears that the ministers are upgrading properties, flying first class, and feeding their hunger for luxury with tax dollars. So the suffering of the child funds the comfort of the cabinet. Number 4, a government of last-minute laws and first-class, well, I can't say lies, I mean untruths. Every good thing, from cash grants to child protection, comes at the last minute. Why? Because this government does not govern, they perform. They are crisis-driven, election-minded, and truth-averse. Number 5, The public purse is their political playground. It is alleged that the people's perception is that there is a sinister plan by the current regime to use tax dollars to buy people's votes. Watch it closely, people. Comrades, let me warn you that the handouts will come. Cash will come. Hampers will come. Grants will come. Even gadgets will come. Eat them out. Drink them out. Smile wide. But vote them out. That is the only pill they deserve, the bitter pill of defeat. Number 6. The PPP's motto. PPP. Progress for the privileged people. They call it development, but it's only visible in the lives of the elite. While communities struggle for water, schools, and security, and the well-connected swimming contracts. Is this inclusive Guyana we are promised? No, this is ruthless governance, dressed in red and gold. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, too late, too shallow, too selfish, Mr. Speaker. The bill is important, yes, but it's too late. The effort is too shallow, and the motive is too selfish. The people deserve better. Children deserve more. Mr. Speaker, there must be a vision, a new direction for Guyana. This election is not just about punishing the past, it's about building the future. The APNU-AFC believes in people-centered growth, accountable leadership, justice for the vulnerable, equity in education, healthcare and opportunity, real child protection, not political photo ops, bold infrastructure balanced with human development. Mr. Speaker, the closing call is for us to protect children and reject ruthless governance. To the people of Guyana out there, I say, this government wants your vote, but has not earned your trust. They hand you cake today while taking your bread tomorrow. Do not fall for the crumbs when you deserve the entire table. They will come with smiles, but their record screams betrayal. They will come with grants, but their governance has been grotesque. They will call this bill their success, but the truth knows otherwise. So I say again, Mr. Speaker, eat them out, drink them out, take the phones, take the fans, take the flour, but vote them out. They fed themselves fat. Now we feed them defeat. They build fortunes for friends. Now we build a future for our children. The time is now. Protect our children. Reject ruthless governance. Choose real leadership. Choose APNU-AFC. To our children, to your children out there. What is our charge to you? If we lose our children, we lose our nation. Let us not pass this bill as a formality, but as a formal pledge to every child hiding in fear, trapped in a gang, or walking in a mine. We see you, children. We hear from you. We are coming for you with laws that defend, with policies that protect, and with a nation that cares. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Former Minister, Dr. Karen Cummings. I hope you don't have to again suspend on you, Honorable Minister. You're now invited to conclude the contributions on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day, Mr. Speaker, I am happy I'm on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, I think over there will become a very lonely place soon. And as usual, when we speak about the protection of children after making whatever that was, everyone leaves. Mr. Speaker, protection of children requires consistency. And Mr. Speaker, it is this government that brought this bill to this House. Mr. Speaker, this is the second of a series of 4 bills that are speaking to the Hague Convention. It is not the first. And Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the member that it is I who brought the bill here that speaks to the protection of children. Mr. Speaker, I don't mind speaking to the empty chairs because it's become a norm. It's all right. But I might remind those listening, and of course my colleagues here, that this norm does not speak well of those on the other side when it comes to important issues in this House that affect the welfare and well-being from child to adult. If you want to make all of these lofty speeches and to express the sentiments the way you did, you have to walk your talk. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been on the order paper for some time now, and it probably is a bit disingenuous of the member to say otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the protection of children is a responsibility that this government has not taken lightly. And from the time I got into office to now, there would have been a slew of programs. This bill in particular speaks to cross-border protection of children. Very different to what the member clearly understood and what she said in her presentation. Mr. Speaker, nationally, in the Child Care and Protection Agency, we have seen expansion of all the services. We have seen improvement of all of the homes. We have seen a number of programs that speak to the many issues raised when it comes to adolescence, prevention of at-risk behaviors. There are a number of programs. I will never stand here and say we have done everything and all things. I will say that we have done a lot, and we will continue to do all the way up to the 1st of September. And that is a commitment that our government has made. We have never stopped working. We work day and night, and we will continue to do that for all the children beyond the 1st of September. Mr. Speaker, we must not come here and pretend that we have done all of this, and when the record itself shows quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Mr. Speaker, we must come here and give a factual presentation of what was done. I would not belabor the point, but what I want to say, that this bill speaks to our government's commitment to the protection of children, and it is a global understanding that children are disproportionately affected by all of the worst social ills in the world that we live in. Whether it's trafficking, abuse, violence, children are the most affected. And for us to bring this bill to this House, it is testimony that we as a government would like to extend that protection beyond the borders of this country. Mr. Speaker, following on the heels of this bill will be 2 others that speak to abduction and speak to maintenance and support. Mr. Speaker, we have had a packed legislative agenda. I remember listening to the Attorney General who said we have passed more than 100 pieces of legislation. And that speaks to what we come to this House to do as a government, to expand the legislative framework and to develop the kind of structure that we need to have so that we can at all times offer that kind of protection when it is needed and that kind of structure that is so needed across our country that would have been entrenched in legislation. I feel that at this point, I can safely say, Mr. Speaker, that we will have the support for this bill, those of us who are here. And I hope that this bill will do what is intended, and I have no doubt that it will, because as a government, we have not only passed legislation, we have created the supporting structures for the legislation to be implemented, and also we have done the requisite training and work to ensure that these pieces of legislation are enforced. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable member too for her presentation, and I want to commend this legislation to the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024.
Honorable members, we will now resolve ourselves into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, the International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024, has 16 clauses and 1 schedule. And I propose the question that clauses 1 to 16 and the schedule form part of the bill. I now put a question that clauses 1 to 16 and the schedule form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. I now put a question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Minister Dr. Vindhya Prasad.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024, was considered in committee, clause by clause, and was passed without amendment. I move that the bill be now read the third time and passed as printed.
Honorable members, now we are arguing with the staff. I now put a question that Bill number 15 of 2024, the International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill 2024, be read a third time and pass as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
International Measures for the Protection of Children, Hague Convention Bill 2024, Bill number 15 of 2024.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the second reading of the Apostille Bill 2024, Bill number 19 of 2024, first published on November 27, 2024. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to move the second reading. Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This Apostille bill being brought before the National Assembly this evening has been long overdue, Mr. Speaker. And if you take it within context of increased mobility of our nationals traveling overseas on business and other engagements where they will need public documents verified, we have moved to have a legal effect of the Apostille Convention, which is a convention of 5th of October 1961, and we are here in 2025. I think it will bring great relief to all of those persons who are seeking authorization and verification of their public documents, which I think it's a benefit to the people of Guyana in terms of improving efficiency and standardization. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation is the authorized institution under the convention that will be giving effect to these documents. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very non-contentious bill. It speaks to the fact that we are going to improve the efficiency across Guyana and bring everything under one umbrella and standardize how we move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, the convention is by no means new. It has been in force since 1st of January 1965, when several states came together and agreed on a mechanism to simplify and harmonize the authentication of specified public documents for use abroad. This evening, Mr. Speaker, today, there are over 125 contracting parties or states to the convention, representing all major regions and legal systems of the world. The Apostille Convention is one of the most widely adopted treaties on international legal and administrative cooperation. And based on statistics, each year millions of Apostille certificates are issued globally. To put it simply, Mr. Speaker, where a document has an Apostille certificate attached to it, it can be tendered in any contracting party, and there would be no further need for verification. And we can refer to Section 8.4 of the bill. In order to truly understand the importance of the convention and this bill, we must consider the problem or the challenge the convention sought to address. Prior to the Apostille Convention, Mr. Speaker, if a document such as a high school diploma, or let's say, for example, a trademark, was issued to a national of his or her home country, SOPs, I'm not too sure about SOPs, my dear friend, and his resident, and the resident wanted to travel abroad to conduct business with that document. He or she would be required to have the document legalized in some way that is recognized by that other state. This is because the recipient in another state may not be familiar with the identity of the persons who signed the document or stamp or seal on the document. That document would therefore be notarized, authenticated, legalized, or attested. These processes can be long and very costly, Mr. Speaker. So additionally, the definitions and the terms may vary, and the processes used are not synchronized across jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, while each of these processes would ultimately yield the same result, it is the certification of the signature or stamp or seal on a public document as authenticated there was need for consistency and predictability. So, Mr. Speaker, if you go through the bill, Section 2 of the bill will go through the administrative documents and would lay out all of the various documents that can be authenticated by the agency. Article 6 of the convention requires every contracting party to designate the competent authority. As outlined in Section 5 of the bill, The Chief of Protocol of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation would be that designated person, or any other person within the ministry as designated by the minister. The main function of the competent authority will be to authenticate the public documents originating in Guyana, which will be tendered in the territory of the contracting party. The competent authority will maintain a register of the apostille certificates and the list of the competent authorities in the contracting states. He or she will be able to easily verify an apostille certificate when necessary. We can also refer to, Mr. Speaker, Section 7.4 of the bill. An apostille certificate will not be valid if it becomes detached from that said document it purports to authenticate, if it's illegible, defaced, altered, or tampered with, or where it has been fraudulently obtained. So, Mr. Speaker, where fraud was uncovered by the competent authority, the authority must publish a notice to the public informing of same in the daily newspaper and instruct anyone in possession of the said certificate to surrender same. If a person is instructed to surrender the fraudulent certificate and fails to do so, they will be liable to a summary conviction, to a fine not exceeding 500,000 Ghana dollars, or imprisonment of a term not exceeding 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this is a carefully crafted bill. It has all of the encompassing sections. Section 17 of the bill states that if an offense to take possession of an apostille bill that one knows was fraudulently procured or has been used or intended to be used for a fraudulent purpose, additionally, where the competent authority places an apostille certificate on a document, it will be an offense to remove that certificate and affix it to another document. Mr. Speaker, I have a specimen copy of what the apostille bill would look like, and I know in the interest of time, you'll have a seal, you'll have the signature of the competent authority, who happens to be the Chief of Protocol currently within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important to distinguish the effect of the apostille certificate as examined in the bill, because when this certificate is issued, it authenticates the origin of the public document in question. That is, it authenticates the signature on the document and the capacity in which the person signing the document has acted, and the stamp or seal on the document. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not here to tell whether the document is actually a real, if the contents of the document is real. We are here to ensure that when we see the document, we know that the signature on the document is a signature that's recognized. For example, a certificate, whether it's a marriage certificate, whether it's a certificate from a university, it's about authenticating the signature itself. The grades, or for example, the quality of the degree, whether it's a distinction or credit, we would not be able to tell whether that is accurate. We are here to authenticate the signature on the document. So, for example, the University of Guyana, it will be the registrar of the University of Guyana. So once that signature is on that document with the seal, we'll be able to say we can verify that the document is a authentic document. Mr. Speaker, I'm skipping a lot of stuff. Mr. Speaker, since 2019, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation has been administratively implementing the convention to ensure international obligations are met. Hundreds of apostille certificates have been issued to date, and every week we issue scores of certificates or apostille certificates from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, from the Protocol Department. Mr. Speaker, it is quintessentially important that a requisite legal framework be enacted. This evening, the bill not only gives the convention the force of law in Guyana, but it also properly empowers the ministry to serve the public through the issuance of apostille certificates. And additionally, with the creation of the offenses, the government will be able to deter fraudulent activity and punish same where it is uncovered. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, it would be remiss of me to conclude without expressing my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs for his brilliant drafters and their input on the apostille bill. I must also recognize the dedicated team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, who have also worked assiduously to ensure the efficient implementation of this apostille convention. And Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that our team will surely see that this bill, once passed, is implemented to the letter of the law. Mr. Speaker, I do commend this bill to the House for its successful passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister Suzanne Rodriguez.
No bullyism. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to offer my support to the apostille bill, Bill number 19 of 2024. Mr. Speaker, the bill, as we heard from the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, seeks to give the force of law to the Convention of October 5th, 1961, abolishing the requirement of legalization for foreign public documents, or the Apostille Convention, as it is commonly called, which Guyana became a party to on July 30th, 2018. When the original signatories to the convention negotiated it, their primary objective was to develop a synchronized process for the cross-border authentication of certain public documents. Mr. Speaker, if we know our history and think back to what was happening globally in the 1950s and 60s, we would recall that this was a period of economic boom as the barriers to trade, which were established in the 1930s, were rolled back, and a new global economy was being constructed following the end of World War II in 1945. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was in 1961, the year the Apostille Convention was concluded, that the word globalization as a process entered the English dictionary. This is the climate in which the Apostille Convention was negotiated. Mr. Speaker, as globalization increased, states, people, and corporations became increasingly interconnected. Anyone who has ever conducted any kind of business abroad would know the value of the Apostille Convention and the bill before us.
The aim is process simplification. A group of forward-thinking states created the pathway to what stands today as one of the most widely accepted treaties on international administrative cooperation. Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate that the former government of Guyana accepted this treaty with no plan for proper implementation through local legislation. I am pleased to say that our government, in recognizing our obligations to the international community and to our people, is keen on enacting this legislation and supporting the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, not only to ensure that we are compliant, but to ensure that Guyana could one day be used as a good example of prudent implementation of the Apostille Convention. Mr. Speaker, in simple terms, this bill establishes a mechanism for the authentication of public documents, and the bill sets out what is considered public documents originating in Guyana, which are to be used in the territory of a contracting state, that is, a party to the convention. The wide range of documents is covered in Clause 2 of the bill. These include academic documents such as certificates, business documents such as company registration, patents and trademarks, judicial documents such as orders, judgments, and decrees of court, and personal administrative documents such as birth and marriage certificates. The Apostille Bill establishes the competent authority, which shall be the Chief of Protocol within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or any other person or entity the Minister may by order designate to perform those functions. The authentication takes the form of an apostille certificate issued by the competent authority, which is then attached to the document it is authenticating. Similarly, the bill also recognizes authentication of a foreign public document by means of the addition to the document of an apostille certificate issued by the competent authority of a contracting state. It is important to highlight that the validity of an apostille certificate shall not expire. However, for it to be valid, the apostille certificate must be attached to the public document it purports to authenticate. It must be legible and not defaced, altered or tampered with, and must not have been procured fraudulently or used for any fraudulent purpose. Further, it is important to note that the effect of the apostille certificate contained in Clause 8, Subclause 1 of the bill is not to validate the contents or probative value of the public document, but simply to authenticate the origin of the public document, meaning that the signature on the document has been verified, the capacity in which the person signing the document has acted, and the identity of any seal or stamp that appears on the document. Moreover, this bill does not invalidate any formality accepted under any other law for notarizing, certifying, or otherwise evidencing the authenticity of a document, signature, capacity, seal, or stamp that the document bears. Of course, the bill also establishes certain offenses in Clause 17, such as obtaining or possessing an apostille certificate through fraud, detaching an apostille certificate from the document, and reattaching on a document to which the apostille certificate was not issued, and other offenses. Mr. Speaker, when we refer to the ease of doing business, that is one of the measures we have taken to remove barriers and simplify processes for Guyanese conducting business abroad and for foreigners doing business here. Mr. Speaker, I must clarify, this is not a bill aimed at just benefiting the business community, It concerns all Guyanese, even students who wish to study abroad in a country that is party to the Apostille Convention would be required to have an apostille certificate on academic certificates that they must present to the institution abroad. Mr. Speaker, if you ask the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, he will confirm that when remigrants apply to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for remigrant status, an apostille certificate is often attached to documents such as foreign business registration, academic certificates, and professional certifications. When the ministry sees that certificate, the documents are deemed authentic. That is the power of the apostille certificate, Mr. Speaker. Foreign documents certified with an apostille are recognized in all member countries of the Apostille Convention and do not require any other form of certification. Mr. Speaker, some may not appreciate the importance of this bill. Though simple, it is significant. There are 127 state parties to the Apostille Convention, and according to information from the Hague Conference on Private International Law, which oversees the Apostille Convention, several million apostilles are issued globally each year. Mr. Speaker, we, the PPPC, are fulfilling our promise to secure a better life for all Guyanese. We are facilitating through this bill the advancement of our people as their business, education, and other personal endeavors in other countries would now be more seamless and less costly. Additionally, this bill is yet another demonstration of our commitment to enhancing ease of doing business here in Guyana and in ensuring that all internationally recognized mechanisms and processes are implemented in our own country. Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, I call upon the honorable members of the opposition who have not so graciously left the House in joining in supporting the Apostille Bill, Bill number 19 of 2024. I'm advised some of them are online. Mr. Speaker, I have no reservations supporting this bill and leaving its implementation in the hands of my competent colleague, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and his team at the Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the people of Ghana would have heard the details of the bill and the advantages of having this bill taking legal effect this evening. It is part and parcel of our participation in the global environment. We are becoming more and more integrated, not only through trade, but through people-to-people contact. So if we're thinking about mobility and migration, which is also circular, as a key driver of globalization, you'll find that this bill would bring great relief to persons who wish to come to Ghana to do business or other services if they may require, and for Guyanese who are leaving Guyana. So the standardization of it through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation brings to bear on the process itself a standardized way of ensuring that we can capture all of the various aspects within the framework as outlined in the bill for easy processing. So it is a very good step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. It allows us to fully integrate, and this bill itself, it will bring great value to the people of Ghana, and I know they will definitely appreciate this. We will continue to work tirelessly at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to ensure that we are efficient in our processing and implementation, So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I do commend this bill for its successful passage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the Apostille Bill 2024, Bill number 19 of 2024, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the second time.
Apostille Bill 2024, Bill number 19 of 2024.
House will resolve itself into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, the bill has 19 clauses and one schedule, and I propose a question that clauses 1 to 19 and the schedule form part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that clauses 1 to 19 plus the schedule form part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The clauses now stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I propose a question that the bill be reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the House resume. Honorable Utah Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Apostille Bill of 2024, Bill number 19 of 2024, was considered in committee clause by clause and passed without amendments. I move that the bill now be read for the third time and passed as printed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the Apostille Bill 2024, Bill number 19 of 2024, be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Apostille Bill 2024, Bill number 19 of 2024.
Thank you, honorable members. I think this concludes our business for today. The honorable member, Mr. Figueira, was asking if his motion will come up, but I don't see him here. So I think that concludes our business. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we adjourn the National Assembly to a date to be decided on.
Honorable members, the 12th Parliament stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.